there was people watching initially. Oh, there's two already. Okay. And we're back, but with audio this time and like people, human beings maybe. Um, we've been gone for a while since the protests, the revolutionary uprising in Iran. Let's not mince words here. Um, and obviously things have gone quite sour in many fields of politics, not just the Iran situation, as much as we tend to have these very tunnel visioned approaches towards politics these days. Fascism is on the march and move, and it is seeking to commit genocide against minority groups, immigrants, trans people, fucking black people. There's a lot of genocidal shit going on, and there's different variations to it, from like the cultural genocidal practices of trying to incorporate black Americans, New African people into the American colonial establishment, and part of that, um, call it a Lockean social contract, is that they lose their history of struggle and instead become the docile slaves of the Bible, the children of Ham, the Hamitic people. Uh, it's a long story, but Ham was actually not originally in the Bible. He was added in later to be like, oh, look, the black people come from the Ham and the Hamitics. That's why you've got the Semitics and the Hamitics. They didn't actually use Hamitics for the racial classification system, though. They just called them Negroids. Like, they could have used Hamitics, but they decided they would take the more racist one. White people, today who'd be surprised. Welcome to the 1700s, people. But the point being is that um, this, like, that's the cultural genocidal practices about core integration into certain practices of colonialism. You see it with like expectations from like white Israelis with Arab and black Israelis. Like they are oppressive colonizers and genociders themselves, but they themselves are expected to behave in line with the culture of the white Israeli. So, like, rather than there being an integration of white or African like Jewish people with the like the Arab Semitics of the Arab Jewish Semitics of like Israel. Instead, it's you integrate with the whites, and that's the cultural genocidal function. You also got the eliminatory function, and that's about getting rid of baggage in the sociological sense of like what you consider to be the tension points in society because they show the need for radical social change. Um, this has always been a problem that's hit black women really hard because of double jeopardy. And we've seen a lot of this against trans women too, and especially trans black women. They're getting hit real hard. They're the most targeted minority in the US and the UK. And so it's that thing where um and when I say targeted in America, I mean that they are by percentage of population demographic, they are the most murdered member of any community for hate crimes. And so we have a whole confounded things are going here, and the fascist movement is exacerbating these problems. There's a reason why the very fascist South America, no matter what pink tide is going on, you see that there's always a counter-fascist movement. The very fascist South America has the highest murder rate for trans people. And it's because of the genocidal ideology and how in which if you're going to harm cis women, you need to harm trans women because we're the underclass and we can be an example that they show to cis women to tell them to stay in line and to stop doing feminism and to pull back and to obey their master kind of shit. It's a patriarchal rebuke of feminism, and because they see black feminism as the reason why trans people exist, and that's actually not a bad analysis. That is probably the reason, not why we exist, but like the reason why we were able to be open and out is probably because of black feminists and their like heavy work in intersectionalism. So like Gotta give it to the fascists there. They're at least not entirely stupid. And that's going to be a part of this conversation because some people seem to think they are. But nevertheless, so they want to attack black feminism. But to get there, they've got to attack black trans feminism and work their way up the ladder. So then they can restrict people to conservativist white women thought. That's the way it goes with this shit. It's the way the penny drops. And so we have come today with a lot of criticism, and a lot of it is directed at the fucking movement, if not all of it. Because we have watched clownism after clownism as if we have purveyed our way into clown world itself. It's a evolution of car world. If anyone gets the reference, you're a YouTube legend. But uh, we are in an absolute discombobulatory situation with the left and their incapability to dedicate themselves to something vigorous and radical rather than it being this tourism and this fucking petty bullshit, this idealistic knobhead ideas of the easy way out when we're fighting against authoritarianism, like literal authoritarianism, like not the phantom mystical authoritarianism of Stalin hiding under your bed. I'm talking like actually being around today, not some shit from eons ago. And that shit doesn't just let you win. They don't just go, oh, they out savvied me in the marketplace of ideas and they're so politically competent. Stop stroking your own ego. That's just not how that works. And so a big part of this sort of interventionary activity is to castigate those for which whom think we need to be taking these deft hands to a very hardcore situation where people are fucking dying. People are being deported from countries en masse. Fucking the UK is made the hardest shifts and rightward turns towards banning asylum seekers and making it almost in, impossible for them to come here. To the point the US looked at it and was like, whoa, the UK, what's going on here? And did an executive order to do the same. They haven't passed a bill for it yet, so technically it's not something that can stand, but Trump's executive orders seem to get a special treatment anyway, so like it's one of them where it will end up standing. But they'll make a bill. They'll make a bill based on the executive order. They'll push it through the House, and just like that bill, fucking the anti-trans bill that went through recently, it'll be passed with 8 Democrats crossing over the line to help the Republicans secure a major majority on the vote in House. Mention of my country in a bad way, though. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're in a negative mode today. Respect, Lucas. What are you saying then, comrade?
Oh, I was just listening. And I mean, yeah, I'm not streaming on my channel, but either way, I know it's been a long time, and I have to kind of make myself calm on this stream.
You are allowed to be a bit ratchet, you know.
Right, I know. It's just like, yeah, there's a lot of problems, obviously. There's this genocide thing going on. We got just fascism everywhere. We got insane, immature, imperial core, first worldist, believe it or not, behavior um, happening on the left in the movement. That includes even so called communists, not just the liberals, um, who are really, really just embarrassing everybody. And this slopulism stuff is also part of the problem.
I like that
Um,
term, slopulism. Oh my god.
yeah, because like people associate populism with like popular. Even Trump's done that shit. I'm a popularist or whatever. but I'm just gonna call it sloppyism. That's what it is.
I mean, I guess at one point Trump did populist politics, but he's like, if he's a populist, then fuck me. I'm the most popularist ever. Why? Well, because I have like the coolest chocolate bars. But like, my man is UK has also been worse than US on trans rights before Trump, obviously. Yeah, historically speaking, the UK has always just been absolutely dreadful on trans rights and trans clinic availability because the US still hasn't been great on it. But like, the US has had a major issue with like its medical isolation through like insurance companies, so like that's the problem. But clinic availability is wide, and a lot of the time you don't even need to go to a gender clinic. You just go to the doctor, and the doctor does an assessment, and then they give you the fucking medicine. That's how it should be. They're trained to do that with cis women, and it's the same thing. They know what healthy estrogen levels are. They know what healthy testosterone levels are. It is the same thing. So it's that thing that gets me really high rate. It's genocidal, yeah. Like, and it's a big part of how the UK does this is they chokehold us. The nearest clinic to me, I'm in the West Midlands. The nearest clinic to me is all the way over in the East Midlands. It's like fucking like what is it? Nuneaton or some shit. No, Nuneaton's close. It's like Coventry. No, not. Where is it? Ah, it's the one that sounds like Nottingham. It's in Nottingham. Oh God, shit all. Uh, sorry to those who live in Nottingham.
Oh, I was just double checking. You might have to raise my volume.
I can crank
Yeah,
you. There you go. And I'll
thanks. Yeah,
raise you in
they may have
Discord
heard.
because it's still quiet.
Yeah, yeah, they may have heard me a bit for sure though, because I could hear on the other device. Just it was just a lot lower. But now, I didn't mean to interrupt you either. It was
No, no,
just,
it's good. It's good. Get good volume.
yeah. I mean, there's so much that like this won't be the only stream you or I do on, these critical issues, these general issues, vast other specific issues. Because yeah,
It's okay. Is that enough?
we have to not even just combat liberalism. We got to combat this
It's okay.
kind of imperial core chauvinism going on, slopulism. There's class reductionism going on too. That's even hurting people's ability to focus on the imperialist shit going on or genocide, um, because everybody just wants to talk about like, well, everything is class first and all this shit.
I mean, that's like
Um,
technically true, but like it's the worst kind of true. It's like it's true from like the first thought, like the first thought. Okay, class defines the relations. You know exactly what I'm about to say. Where does class come from?
yeah,
Because if I know my history, it fucking comes from the oppression of women as slaves to men. So at that point, uh, you're in a situation where it's like, well, there's an intersectionality going on here. And wouldn't it be interesting if like modern sexism was somehow based on racism? Wouldn't that be interesting? There's a reason that white evangelical Christians treat voluptuous women who are also white evangelical Christians as inherently sexual because they think black styled bodies, and I know not all black women are like this. I'm not trying to say that that's the actual real case of it, but the stereotype, the actual natural like black women bodies that they're shamed for all the time and stuff like that. Those bodies are seen as inherently sexual. They're shamed for it. They're stereotyped for it. They're exaggerated for it. And if a white woman has anything that looks even remotely like that, well, then she's considered a slut and a slag and other stuff like that. Or they're just fat shamed. Like, fat shaming will just come in somewhere at some point. And it's like, what? Do you want to fuck? Do you not want to fuck? Do you want to kill? Do you not want to kill? Like, you really gotta make your mind up with these ones. Like, the fucking right wing are the most like deplorable people in every way, shape, or form. And the big part of like wanting to kill what they want to fuck seems to be like a core aspect of their existence. They hate women, but really, really like women at the same time. Like, they're not into men, but they get really gay-esque with men and then like hate women. And so then people do like the homophobic shit of being like, well, all of these like transphobes and homophobes must be gay. It's not actually the case. It just we our culture around sexuality is so like fucked up that like the Roman Greco-Roman culture that the Nazis and the fascists fantasize of, people will often instantly presume that to be gay, and it's homophobic. It's not the way that things actually go. And the joke can be funny sometimes, but it's at our expense. Like, find a better joke. I feel like maybe it's a little less triggering with like gay men, but I don't think that throwing anyone under the bus is a good idea. I just don't do it. At the end of the day, men have their own insecurities that you can really hit without having to like throw gay people under the bus. But you can accuse of what they do in a specific moment of being gay, like just to get under their skin, but like not actually believe the person is a closeted homosexual that just wants to kill the gays because they're closeted. That's a fucking that's a homophobic stereotype. It's a fucking dangerous one. It can basically suggest that like gay people is where like homophobia comes from, and that's not how that works.
Yeah, I agree with that
If they're being any
100%.
kind of phobic, it's transphobic.
Yeah. Um, yeah, there's been a little bit too much of that happening. Even especially like older neoliberals doing that shit way too much. And like,
Neoliberalism's a dying breed, so it has to find any way to undermine everybody. Because neo-Sockdemism is getting big enough that it can start shaking its wings now, and I think that has neoliberalism a little scared because is it going to be preserved? And I don't think it will be. Even Joe Biden sounded like he was kind of often on the end of like neo-Sockdemism. I think it's one of them where like the Democrats know they need to evolve, and they're evolving into the worst thing they could. Well, I guess it's not as bad as neoliberalism, but that's like it's a distinction without a difference.
and yeah, yeah, I agree. I mean, oh, it's and yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, there is a problem right now as well. Where yeah, there's a lot of cis men on the left, just really acting childish and stupid in the sense of doubling down on toxicity, and they're also the ones pushing a lot of this like class reductionism and the sloppulism because it's convenient. And we're in a post Roe era now, and who is even talking about like medical rights since then? It's gone down. That's not good. um and with all this fake red pill shit going on, um it's not a thing where like, oh well, Trump won the election and there's all these reactionary cis men, so we gotta follow them and just follow a trend opportunistically and shove women aside. No, we have to actually reach out to women too. For the men listening out there, you're actually supposed to be feminist. It's not feminism just for women, but that's the truth. Um, and yeah, there's a lot of problems with kind of influencer worship and the celebrity bourgeois problem. Because again, the society, the pendulum is swinging, and we're seeing a lot of individualism, egoism, narrow-minded versions of that. Um, that's why we're doing this stream today. Um, should I start the next subject? I was just wondering. Oh, don't worry right now. I just checked my phone, but we're gonna start the conversation when she's back. I'm gonna check her chat
Oh,
now.
sorry, my mic was muted. What was the last thing you said?
Oh, I mean, I was just criticizing like cis men and getting into like how we're not supposed to be doing opportunism and talking about how we actually do have to focus on women and trans women, what's
This
going
is a
on.
movement of misogyny. That's the thing people gotta really understand is that this whole let's go back to 1832. Go look at women's rights in 1832. We couldn't even vote. Not even wealthy women could vote. And wealthy women owned slaves. Like, they owned slaves and shit. Like, 42% of slave owners were women in America. I don't know why I know that statistic so well off the top of my head, but I do. Um, but it's. They could not vote across the entire board. So, like, women's rights, even for owning class women, was kind of shit in 1832. And that is the point. Like, the only women they think should really be close to vestiges of power are people that are like Queen Elizabeth and stuff like that. Like, that's like their like idea of a powerful woman. Otherwise, no, they don't want like because women politicians and their emotions and stuff. That's their mentality. Whilst like they can trust a queen that's been groomed to be that her whole life. She's probably a little more boyish than most or some shit. Like that's their mentality. That's how they think. And it is this it is very cucked to power mentality where everything has to be structured in this very hierarchical fashion, and the idea that women are not in their biblical position in the hierarchy is a major consideration for the oh god, Camilla, for the uh for the fascist movement right now. A lot of people think it's like all about race, but it's about race and gender. Those two things intersect so much that it can't be uh hold on, we're connecting your channels.
Um,
Me. What the fuck is going on? Okay, I'm connected again. That was fucking weird.
yeah, it was still streaming on YouTube, but yeah, it's I just double checked.
But yeah, misogyny is an inherently important part of this fascist movement. You gotta think the atheists that wanted to do their fascist movement after the end of World War II did exist. Well, not just atheists; they're like a mixture of like spiritualists and stuff like that. But people who are not like focused on Christian fascism, they did emerge out of World War II. What's it like, Pakayaki, people like this. These guys were call them like sophisticated fascists or whatever stupid shit they think they are. They are sophisticated. They're intellectuals. They're very fucking competent. And Pakayaki's very dangerous. And he sort of like reinvented Hitler because he wanted. He criticized Hitler. He got in a lot of trouble for it actually at the time with some of the other fascists. But he was like, "Oh, I love this guy. I love all his ideas, but I think he kind of dedicated to the wrong direction, and you should have focused a little more on the war, a little less on genocide, blah blah blah." Like, you know, the death camps were too expensive kind of mentality. That would not have helped with the oil problem, but like that's all of the conversation about the Nazi resource issue and how they would literally never win World War II with the resources they had, even if they fought the Soviet Union alone. And it's that thing of like, okay, so we got this emergence, the ELF, and these guys are a ragtag of all sorts of different fascists, and they're more focused on this very intellectual, very working class, clouded or presented fascism. The Union movement from Oswald Mosley is a good example of this, and it didn't work. It got a movement. It got a movement that was fucking competent enough that it caused us a lot of trouble, but it couldn't succeed. And so it joined forces with the religious right. It didn't want to go full wacko religious mode. It thought it was a risk to its movement, a risk to where it wanted to go with things, because the religious right wants some wacky shit, and fascists vary on their reactionary tendencies. I mean, the eco-fascists, hella progressive on like wanting to not kill the environment. These people want to genocide people, all right? Like, so don't think any of this is trying to like say good fascists or bad fascists. There's no such thing as a good fascist, except a dead fascist. But it's the facet of these different contradictions were playing out for the Cold War. The 1980s was the big shift. Ronald Reagan saw this shift because people think Ronald Reagan made the shift where the fascists and the Christian evangelicals started to collaborate. It was the KKK. The KKK did this in 1860, whatever the fuck. Like, but the KKK's reemergence was a core aspect of the Ronald Reagan acceptance of the Christian far right as a core part, as a core base of the Republican national convention, and that was something that actually sent what's his name? Who was the presidential candidate for 1965 for the Republicans?
1965.
Yeah, Republican, pro segregation.
Um, that would have been Goldwater.
Goldwater. So this change was
1964.
something
Yeah.
that Goldwater was opposed to. He was opposed to it for years. He said it was a terrible idea. It would destroy the Republican Party as it existed today. This event actually sent Goldwater on a twist towards the like at least the Democrats, if not the left. Like my man became like pro-gay and stuff like that, and then like against racism. So like Goldwater got broke. Like Goldwater got absolutely broke. Um by this whole situation. And but um but the what's it, this whole facet came out of the revival of the so you had the first KKK movement was in the 1860s. The second KKK movement was in the 1920s. The third KKK movement, I think, technically got its start in the 40s, but it was weak for a chunk of a while until the 50s. The 50s, it popped off. The movement in the 80s is the movement from the 50s, but they sort of collided because post it was the 70s this happened post civil rights evolutionary trends in like recognition of black interests and black needs and black experiences. This caused a panic for the fascist far right. I mean, what's it? That Nazi who had the TV show, I think, is a perfect example of it. He went absolutely bonkers after 67, and they went mental. And this also hit the non evangelical fascists, the non wasps. They also got fucking prang about this. And so by the time the 1980s have come across, these groups have stopped being enemies. Because I forgot to clarify that. Christian far right fascists and the more grounded fascists have not always gotten along. And so they've had a little infighting with each other. And you still see it now. You see the infighting now. I mean, Elon is not very popular amongst the Christian far right. Good example. he's still what their guy because he has to be, but like he's not popular amongst them, and they would probably lynch him if they had the chance. That's the kind of union we formed here, and it's really important that we fixate on this because this is where the misogyny movement is coming because it's biblical misogyny. Look at what they're trying to push. They are pushing biblical misogyny. That's the scary shit. Like biblical misogyny, the scholars believe that not even the people who wrote it actually enacted a lot of the so called laws that exist in biblical misogyny. Like, that's how fucking putrid and evil that is. It was propaganda. That's what they believe. They believe it was like, you know how like they put the Ten Commandments outside some courthouses, but they don't actually legally use the Ten Commandments. That's what they believe it was. It was kind of like one of them things that was used to like intimidate people into behaving a certain way. So it probably was practiced, but not as a law, as a propaganda, kind of like what we do with women today to try and keep stuff that used to be laws in place. It's a little different, but like that's why I think the Ten Commandments thing is a better example to lay on. And I may have gotten this point from someone else, a biblical scholar. I've been engaging with those evil people. I'm gonna get like now I'm gonna get lynched. You got anything on that?
I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, it's all disheartening.
No, yeah, the Tommy Robinson rallies. Good point, Lucas, with the crosses. Yeah, it's a Christian far right movement, straight up. Do you know one of the organizations that's backing the fascist movements in Europe, not just Britain, is a British organization called the Knights Templar International. Actually, more so, it's an Ulster Scot organization. Fucking settler colonial bastards. And it's called the Knights Templar International. Is it even Catholic? I've never checked. Because I'm pretty sure the Knights Templar Catholics. I don't think they were Protestants. 'Cause I'm pretty sure the guy who
Yeah,
fucking set it up is a Protestant. So, like, how does this work? Fuck.
there's been multiple groups with that name though, so it could be anything.
Well, it's referencing the
But
like
it
real
is,
Knights Templar from France. So it's got the symbol and everything. It's got the cross, but it's like black in the background instead of white. Um, so like they are
yeah,
referencing
yeah.
the
No, I
real Knights
know.
Templar, which is why it's so funny to me because Protestants traditionally hate them.
Well, the Protestant Revolution failed, and the more conservative side won. That's what happened the last 500 years.
Oh, I get that, but
Not
I'm saying that
completely.
those guys normally still hate the Knights Templar. I'm saying within their own
Yeah,
stupid conservative shit, this is still kind of funny.
they're supposed to, and then they ended up adopting all the names, and it's sad. But I know what you mean.
Sometimes an ass is too nice to kiss. Too nice to not kiss, I guess. I mean, the Knights Templar were like weird conspiracy theory guys. So like, maybe I get the spice. They all like because isn't it like um not directly from them, but some French guy who was like involved with the Knights Templar was the guy who like created the Baphomet. And it was like just a sort of symbol that was made by a bunch of Christian like they weren't new age. They're too early for that, but they were like the new age of their day. It's like what the 16th century. We've got such a weird history.
Yeah,
I think they do know the difference, Lucas, because this the guy who runs it is quite an intelligent fascist. I just think it's one of them where they're trying to do the U.S. evangelical thing, where they're sort of like open house, anyone can join. Because I mean, they do this with their anti-Semitism. They'll go like this guy who leads it. I can't fucking remember his name. He goes on to like young fascist streams. He went on to this like 18, 19 year olds like fascist stream and like was they were going on about all this like anti-Semitic stuff about Jews, and he turned around and first very very carefully told them that they were correct in their assessment of the Jews and the Jewish menace, etc. But then went, but, which is, it's like one of those weird ones where he said the sus shit before the but it still gets sus. It gets susser, even. Um, but the Arabs are the shared enemy of the Jews and the Aryan, and so that they should unite together to destroy the Arab, and then we'll destroy the Jew. That's what he said to them, just outright. He should outright said that. No hesitation, except when he hesitated about like trying to tell them that they were wrong for being openly anti-Semitic right now. He's like, whoa, I gotta be careful about telling them that maybe it's not good for our tactics to throw the Jews completely under the bus right now. But he's like, yo, guys, I'm into the Nazi stuff too, but like we gotta do it pace by pace. We'll start with the lesser Semitics first, and we'll work our way up. It's like so racist. How do you make anti-Semitism, casual anti-Semitism, both more anti-Semitic and more racist? Like half of the world doesn't even know that Semite means like people that come from Shem, and so like it's anyone that's like a descendant of Semitic culture. And that's basically like anyone who's like a Canaanite, a Hebrew, an Arab, or any of those people that are from that like little Levant where Shem's nation was born. Well, and Canaan. But like Canaan saw the naked of his father, so he got cursed for the rest of eternity. Um, you're not allowed to see your father's balls. Adam and Eve, something something humility. But the something something apple. But the fucking the point being is that like they got this whole constructed system going on. So this stuff is like actually really uh uh what's the word I'm looking for? It's got a complex structure to it. Like these people have been designing this for decades. I mean, the guy who runs the Knights Templar International, he's an old like when I say he's an Ulster Scot, I mean he's a UVF supporter, Ulster Volunteer Force. So he's like an Ulster Strasserist would be the best way to describe him. And
Yeah.
for those that don't know what Strasserism is, it's a social democratic esque form of fascism. It's not full blown social fascism. Don't get your hopes up. It's I don't know if there's any hope to be had here. But like it is. It uses social fascist components to it. There's an argument to be said that the way that like true stresserism and massive air quotes, um, if they split the land up and they split the ownership up and they did all this, that, and the other. I guess they don't do the split land in the same way the Romists do, but you know what I mean. Split, shared ownership, la da la da. It's got this like petty bourgeois socialism component to it that's more thoroughbred, if you want to use that word, than like Nazism. Nazism is more of a spin off. Heck, even Italian fascism, which typically was the same kind as what like Strasserism is, but a little less constructed. It was weaker than Strasserism in its ideological functions, and you can see that Strasserism is Strasserism. Otto Stresser is someone who has not compromised on his ideas in his life. Like my man went to the grave being the I'm not compromising on these ideas. He left the Nazi party while they were getting bigger and better because he disagreed with them on their shit, and then eventually just left the country because he couldn't get anywhere with his party. And they would probably kill him if they won, or even if they didn't, they'd still get him. So he was just like, "Fuck it, I'll leave." So like, he's someone who was like very uncompromising. Mussolini, not so much. Mussolini compromised a lot on his ideas, and it weakened the Strasseristic components. Now, I'm not saying there was some sort of like holier than thou fascism that comes out of this. Is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is the kind of shit you see in Zionism is what you would have seen in a lot of these places. Go look at the benefits that someone who lives in the kibbutz, not the average just Israeli, because they do have benefits, but they have more the American experience where capitalism has stuck you out on the plains, and you got to go make a life out of it. If you're in a kibbutz, you are living the socialist like dream in your head. Like, if people are dying around you, you hear it all the time, but you get to have, we share all of our things, no one owns any property, we all look after each other, each according to their ability, each according to their need. Like, that is how the kibbutz works. Like, I'm not trying to gas it up. This is how it works. And it's because of Strasserism and the way that labor Zionism constructed Israel. Labor Zionism wanted Israel to be kibbutz focused. It didn't go that way because it became unfeasible, and America was not necessarily willing to fund a paradise for them. They want colonialism. They don't want like as you don't want you to be too comfortable because then you won't invade the rest of the Arab countries enough. Like, I actually think that might be part of America's approach towards things. But nevertheless, that was the labor Zionist ideal, was the kibbutz function. And that was the Stresserist ideal, was that you would form these kibbutzes of workers that would then own their, like, labor force and their harming infrastructure and other stuff like that, and they would contribute to the wider system. It's a syndicate system. This is why people gotta be careful when they think I'm trying to gas it up as something good. I'm describing syndicalism. I'm not describing socialism. Well, it is petty bourgeois socialism. I'm not describing proletarian socialism. This is a type of capitalism. It is fascism, and it is the most robust form of it. Um, Other than maybe what China does. China has a slightly different way of doing fascism that does involve some socialist components, and it is very
They're
social.
very similar,
It is very similar,
but
yeah. Less benefits.
I yeah, and I mean, and speaking of the labor Zionists, and yeah, the kibbutz, of course, they kept a few of them around because it's a good way to interpolate a lot of people into becoming settlers. And then when they do move out there, they end up just going to the city when they get tired,
Or they get really
because
depressed. They're
that's
the
just
people who tend to leave a lot. If they leave the kibbutz and they live in regular Israel, they tend to leave. I know. I've got a friend who grew up on the kibbutz, and he wants to kill himself. Like, after like experiencing Israel proper and like learning all the horrors of it, he wants to die. He wants to leave the country or die. Like, he fucking hates being there. Like, every part of his existence. I've never. This is the actual people, because everyone goes, "Oh, the people broken by Israel." The actual people broken by Israel are the people who can't fucking tolerate it so much, because there are Israelis that are like that, and I don't think that they need much noise. But what I'm gonna say is those people often want to die, or they want to like do some martyrdom shit for fucking Palestinians. They don't sit there fucking being labor Zionists or liberal Zionists about it. If you're gonna follow a liberal Zionists and believe they're fucking crocodile tears, no, I have seen the real fucking like brokenness of people, and you know what? They don't even cry. They are desensitized to the point where they want to die, but they can't even cry about it. That's psychologically fucked. And that's why they're a murderous state, is because of that mentality. Because what he's doing is he's like doing the only thing he knows, which is violence, and he's directing it to himself instead of to Palestinians. That is the Israeli experience. And it's the one thing we should learn from it, is that it's a fascist experience. That's why he's like that. That's why he's broken like that, because he doesn't want to murder Palestinians. And so, well, where's the other option but either leave the country before you murder yourself? Fucked.
some of them might not even be able to leave based on all these newer developments, and
Oh, are
if
they
you've
putting
been
laws
there
in
too
place?
long. Well, there's some Zionists, even if they wanted to leave, they don't have like permission to live outside of the other countries
Oh
yet.
yeah, they've lost their
Or
citizenship because they're like fourth generation Zionists. Oh shit.
sometimes, and it just
Or sometimes
depends
they give
because
it
like
up too. Yeah.
well, and there's also just a thing where like not all countries have the same citizenship laws, and they might be second generation or cut out, or they just don't have that settler money to get the visa. So, and obviously other Zionists are not even from Europe, and that complicates their matters. Um, And then yeah, there's all this like if you're recruited or well not recruited, if you're drafted into the whole fucking murder system of the IOF or IDF,
I mean, you're drafted into that before you're
they
even
can't
drafted
even
into it.
leave. There's all these orders of like if you can even get a plane anyways, sometimes you can't leave if you're ordered to stay. So,
They got very strict borders. I mean, US borders, TSA is based on Israeli border control.
yeah, and
And and
that's the unfortunate.
and for the people who aren't Zionists, that's where like the heart bleeds. Like, because there are people, they're a minority. I'd argue less than 1%, but like I know
Yeah.
some of them, and I'm not saying people should put them up in front of anybody that's Palestinian, because nah. These people are still in some ways complicit with their society, and they know it. But like, I'm telling you now, I speak with these people. They will tell you there is not a force of like anti-Zionists in Israel that's worth shit. Like, there's a couple communists that, like, communist groups, like, not the major communist party, I mean, like, local organizations that do some good stuff, but mainly with Palestinians. Like, when it comes to Israelis, they do not get very far. What they do is they break into, like, the West Bank and stuff like that and do, like, work with Palestinians. So, like, that's the thing, like, and that's good work to do, but what I'm pointing out is that, like, they should be in their own community doing work. I'm going to say the same thing the black community has been saying for years. You got to be in their own community doing work, not taking up space in the Palestinian community to be white saviors. We don't need it. I'm glad they're like considering the struggles and trying to help out and using their privilege. That is, in a sense, a good thing. But then they're avoiding the risky thing, which is starting a struggle against the Israelis. And I get it that it's really terrifying. Like, it's deadly, very deadly. But somebody's got to do it, and it can't be the Palestinians, and it can't be you standing behind the Palestinians. It has to be you, and so there's problems with that too. But the point I'm getting at is when I speak with like my mate I was talking about earlier is a good example. He'll say, "Oh, there's nothing around him, nothing going on. You might as well fucking take a shit out in the middle of the streets, and you'll be doing more for Palestine against Israel than like any other Israeli is doing in his area." Like, he didn't say that literally. I'm putting words in his mouth a bit there, but like that's how he like that's the kind of way he was expressing it all. Like, there's nothing. There's literally nothing. And it's one of the things that contributes to his depression, because what the fuck do you do when you're one person and there's literally nothing? And it's that thing where then these people can't escape, whilst all these wealthy Zionists are getting to just leave because Israel is really dangerous right now and they're doing wars and stuff. So, like, Zionism is a fucking contradiction and a half, because it is um they are so willing to abandon their master race at the drop of a hat as soon as the country gets too dangerous for them to live into. The 67 war, there were plenty of Zionists that got scared of the 67 war and started freaking. The 75 like crisis, the whole 90s and fucking 2000s on and off fucking bullshit with Palestine, the 2010s and the late 2000s with Lebanon and Palestine again. And the last, like, what's it, 2018 to now has been the Alaska situation. I know Al Aqsa itself started in, I said Ask, oh my God. Al Aqsa started in 2021. But like, the actual, like, situation relating to Al Aqsa, I think, goes back to uh, what was it? The March of Return, 2018.
Yeah, and and speaking of all this Zionist stuff as well, it's like we had to do it too because like we still have a lot of clownish people promoting two-state solutionism, and which is just another form of Zionism with a different method at hand. There's all these other weird little quips and caveats of just like, well, I'm not a Zionist, but then it's something something. I'm like a non-Zionist or something something. They lower the bar to like just criticizing Netanyahu or whatever. And all that is just self-critical Zionism. But that's not good. That's just Zionism. Zionism has to go. Gotta go. It's gotta go. Um,
As they
there's
say
no, we're
in
not doing,
Turkey, let's bomb Tel Aviv. Sorry, it's a fun joke. LGBT.
and we're not doing, yeah, we're not doing Zionism without Zionism or post-Zionism, and or in any of that pink imperialist version of that too. Although, I mean, it's not even what it's hyped up to be over there as well in the Zionist state, because they have been canceling pride parades and such. I've seen, so like
Well,
it's already
it's
moving
if you're
towards
anywhere but
a
Tel
really,
Aviv, you don't want to be queer. If you're in Tel Aviv, being queer is probably okay if you're like the bod basic and you're not a Jew like from Israel. Like they kind of want you to be like imported stock. They like tourists that are queer there more than locals that are queer there. But if you live there, you're probably more okay than if you live elsewhere. Elsewhere, you are like basically what was the thing Hitler said about like or not Hitler, Goebbels said about like trans people like being a Jewish conspiracy to destroy the white race's ability to breed. That.
yeah, exactly. And we also just have a problem in the imperial core. It's not even just the US and the Anglosphere. We see this with anti-Deutschism. You got these so-called German leftists, going around harassing Arab people, others, and they're supporting Zionism and they're saying stupid shit like anti-Zionism is fascism, just complete gaslighting nonsense, and they disguise it as, oh well, we're anti-Deutsch, we're critical of what our ancestors did. But it's like, yeah, you motherfuckers are supporting just another version of Nazism, which is the Zionist shit. And so what good is that when you're repeating the same exact mistake and you're letting the far right, whether it's Germany or Austria or even the Netherlands or whatever, you're letting the far right take up a pseudo anti-Zionist position over there, and you're not going to get anywhere. You're just enabling the problem across the world. So it's with the U.S. Zionists on the left, with trying to say that, well, we got to vote for this Zionist candidate and that because at least they're like, they don't got the Republican name on them or whatever. Um, like that Lauder guy in New York, or Mandani, etc., or the Blackwater mercenary guy with the Nazi tattoo on his chest, um, you know, and all this. And it's just kind of like, this is why we're doing this stream, because all of y'all are slowly either falling for that kind of stuff or you're tolerating it in your spaces. It's happening in some revisionist orgs, neo-Socdem spaces, neoliberals, obviously. You're just kind of, there's servers out there that tolerate like Zionists in there as well. And it's kind of like, yeah, that's not what the left is about. And that's not what we're supposed to be about.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them where, like, I can get kicked out of the space for being an uppity trans woman about fucking, and an uppity lumpen proletarian about, like, fucking class issues, dynamics, lack of radicalism, and stuff like that, and people get, like, real raunchy about that shit. But Zionists are Nazis. These people would kick Nazi. Actually, I don't know if they will anymore, but they kick Nazis without a thought. What the fuck is a Zionist? Like, they literally collaborated with the Nazis. That's how much they're Nazis. Like, fuck. And oh wow, the Nazis probably betrayed them. I guess like they pushed anti-Semitism in Palestine with the Palestinian like authority that was run by the British. So like, yeah, I guess, but like for all we know, that was a destabilization attempt and not actually a full attempt to think that the Arabs would fully get anywhere. I play both sides kind of thing. If the Jews succeed and colonize, well, shit, we'll profit off of them. Something racism about them making a lot of money. You know, these people probably believe it. But like the other side is, if the Arabs win, well, we got an Arab colony then, and then we don't have to deal with the complication of having a Jewish colony. So like it was like a win-win for the Nazis. People don't get that they're still capitalists. Like they understand how to do bargaining, even if they take a more like petty bourgeois socialist approach towards capitalism. So like they got, if anything, I'd argue they're more flexible, more dynamic. They're less flexible in the liberal sense. They're not laissez-faire flexible. Like nothing, like there is no anything goes with capital in a fascist system. But when it comes to social issues, fascists are amazing of navigating through social issues. Now, they're not flexible once they've set themselves up, but they are flexible in where they can set themselves up. They will rigidify afterwards because you've got to be rigid because people want rigid ideology. Now, that rigidity can disappear and reshape itself. We've seen it all the time with fascists as they move their goalposts. These people are experts, but the importance is that it has to create rigidity. So like people think it's not flexible. They think, oh, fascists, they're like these unflexible things, but it's like no, they used an era of flexibility to develop these things. And come to these conclusions, and that's why their ideas shift and change based on the cultural zeitgeists all the fucking time.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that applies to a lot of the ways these some of these like liberal or actually really the labor Zionists are doing in our spaces and stuff, right? Some of them are conscious enough now to do the thing of I'm not a Zionist, I'm just post-Zionist, or I'm not a Zionist, but like two-statism. There's other ways where they do it too. Like they'll have
Zionism
the
was
right
originally
triangles.
blah 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 blah. Like some people were trying to say it was a
Yeah,
cultural Zionism is a big problem.
yeah, or that it's all completely purely Christian evangelicals, while they're ignoring some of these other contradictions in the Zionist society, if you can even call it that.
I mean,
It's
there's
just like
some
a
truth
bar.
to the evangelical thing, but not necessarily evangelicals. Wasps did invent Zionism. That is actually true. With the rapture, it's complicated. But, like, at the end of the day, it's not like the Jews aren't doing Jewish supremacy. The Wasps invented Zionism, but, like, any parent, their child has their own, like, identity and existence. They are a part of it. I think the WASP component is really important, and the WASP component, not the evangelicals are bigger now, and they do make a big component of it all. But like, they're not. They're like a base. The WASPs are not a base. The WASPs are fucking leadership. I mean, some of them were base, but like KKK and stuff like that. These guys are fucking major Zionists. They fucking always supported Israel being built. And so Zionism in the Jewish sense, I think, comes from what is like the 1860s. In the
Yeah,
Christian sense, it comes
Moses
from the
Fest.
1830s. 1832, I think it was, when the rapture was conjured. Um, so like it is tied heavily to Christianity, but not in this like it's just the Christians. It's like okay, they probably do outnumber them, but that's because the Jewish people have been a small population for a long time because of genocidal practices. Like you can't like that's so stupid. It's like Americans doing casualties based on who wins the war, and it's like, uh, but they know with their own civil war that casualties is not how that works because the Union lost a lot of fucking casualties, but through good tactics, lost as little casualties as they could, and the reason they lost more casualties was because they were on the offensive. It's the same as the Soviets. The reason they lost so much is because they defended against a massive attack and then had to do a major offensive to win.
Yeah, exactly. We also even have, believe it or not, like we have all these Bordigists who are Zionists now as well. I guess that's their weird way of trying to hide his collaboration with fascism and the sussy statements his leftcom party made after the war, which doesn't actually help. Um, they're actually just doubling down with a different form, um, and it's like ridiculous shit like, oh, you just support Palestinian bourgeoisie or whatever. Some of these weird reductionisms, no nuance. They don't care about liberation struggles. That's clear. You know, you have you have a lot of these Zionists in the neo Socdems. They either have a so-called progressive view of it, or it's like the neoliberal version of it. Not that there's a big difference. And it'll come in different waves too, right? It'll come back to, well, you got to vote for these Zionists in the Democrat Party. And then some of it will also be like, oh, well, there's that whole ContraPoint shit where she's saying it's ultra left to like oppose genocide as a political stance. Like that was what she said, literally, on Brianna Gray's show. Um, um, and you got people with the red triangles on their profile supporting like Graham Plattner, um, and stuff like that, and it's ridiculous. Like none of you are actually helping out Palestinians. You're just using these symbols that's from them and then appropriating it for just basically normalizing Zionist culture. And like here's the thing too, it's like this Zionism stuff is interconnected with the other imperial core ideologies.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're gonna be a pro-Zionist in whatever form, or you're gonna normalize it as somehow legitimate thing to debate, you're basically doing that about America's settlers' history. Um, because yeah, people hold multiple contradictory positions. Um,
I
the anti-Deutsch stuff is useless now too.
German self hate is kind of fucking so pathetic. It's kind of lost its funniness.
Yeah.
But I got something from Michel Abidor, who I think is French. Um, they reference French politics in this piece, and it's about Bodiga. I think it actually hits the nail on the head as to like what we worry about regarding Bodiga and what it really echoes. Oh my god, I lost my glasses case, so I'm just using the blanket that my friend lent me. It's still as I intend to give it back to them, but for now it's mine. It's very cute. Look how pretty it is. Their
Oh
mom
yeah,
got it
that's a
though.
good article.
Oh, can you see it? Oh yeah, you can. Forgot about that. So you've just sent me like researching bacteria and stuff while you're talking, and then trying to get. Sorry, I got something came to mind. I was just I got into a rabbit hole. If you could see the tabs. Like the mirror was talking some bullshit, so I like well they weren't talking bullshit, but like they made it out like it was something important that I needed to see. I did not, but it went on this Campylobacter, and I'm like, what the fuck is Campylobacter? Campylobacter jejuni sounds like a badass warrior. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, okay, like what kind of like Teutonic motherfucker is this? Like
Oh, are you gonna read the
Yeah, I'm just trying to
snippet of
clean
the
my fucking
article?
glasses.
Oh, sorry. I just got lost. That was all. Oh, because like they can't see the tabs, but just to let you know.
No, that's why I was talking to
Um,
you. I was telling you.
right,
Because I'm like,
right,
while you're
yeah,
talking, you can see me like just listening to you and researching bacteria, and I was like, well, that's a little goofy.
right.
'Cause I forgot that I was sharing direct screen, and I thought I was doing the like thing where I share my. But oh my god, I can't seem to get these to not smudge. Ah! Normally this can wipe them. It's driving me mad that it won't. I need my glasses cloth. I can't find my case. Where's my... This one does it better. There we go. Clear, like it should be. Fuck me. They were like foggy. And that is called our bit of cleaning glasses. It's filler. We tricked you. Okay, now I can see. Viewersstreamboo.com. Tab. Add to restream block list. Yes. Wah, wah. Fucking spam. Okay. Bordiga's Auschwitz or the Great Alibi. Um, by Michel Abedour. Um, if it all there was to Bordiga's if all there was to Bordiga's, quote, Auschwitz or the Great Alibi, end quote, was its was its mechanistic reduction of Marxism, its denial of human agency, in the most horrific of acts, its diminution, um, its, its diminish, uh, is it diminution? The diminution, um, diminution. That's a weird word, that is. Let me see what that fucking even means.
Yeah,
Fucking. A reduction, yeah, diminutive. It's like diminutive, so diminution. Diminution is what I would have written, being like autist and making new words. So, I pressed the letter A. You can't see it, but I did it. The of the person to a mere conduit for class interests. Boom, 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 boom. So before we even go any further, I think this quote here is pinnacle for the whole thing. I'll show it on the screen for the rest of the viewers, so it, like my highlighting looks professional. Um, where's the scenes? Main program. Okay, now scene transition, sources, window capture. Uh, Actually, I could just put you like there, and then if we go other window capture, boom, just put it like that. So gray, blue. Um, this quote here, I think, is the pinnacle of like what we are trying to get across with our very short, with black box at the top stream mode. Sorry if that gets anyone's OCD going off. It's got mine going off too, but I'm not gonna waste time so help me. But the main point here is that like this class reductionism is an inherent part of left communism. It has been for its entire existence. One of the reasons why Engels was called a revisionist by the original left communists, the orthodox Marxists, was because Engels criticized himself and Marx for not focusing on social issues enough. Because he decided to start focusing on a little more than just economics and class. That needs to sink in with people.
Yep.
You got anything on that?
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I could still save it for after, but yeah.
Not sure if you want to wait until after, we can do it after.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting all OCD. Boom. Now it's a different kind of bad. Enjoy. Okay. Quote, Auschwitz or the Great Alibi would be merely another betrayal of the richness of Marxist thought. When we add its callous and cold treatment of the Holocaust as simple ejection from the productive process, end quote, of millions of humans, its foreshadowing of Jean-Marie Le Pen's dismissal of the event as a, quote, point of detail, end quote, of the Second World War, it attains to odium. Um, that comes from the word ode. And finally, when we take into account its posterity, its use as a basis for the small current of the primarily French left that indulged in Holocaust denial, its true horror is laid bare. This this bit is scarier than the Le Pen part. This bit, I think, is the part people really, 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 really want to fucking reflect on. Because you might not know that you're believing like Bodiga's ideas. Not every person who like acts like Bodiga knows Bodiga. It's kind of an old hat guy. Nothing's new under the sun. This article has a slightly controversial history. Having never been published under Bodiga's name, it originally appeared through, though, in 1960 in a French Bodigas journal, Programme Communiste, and Bodiga himself never spoke out against its thesis. And so, echoing the ancients, we will call the author the pseudo Bodiga. I love
Yeah.
it. Oh God, I haven't actually read this article before. Mitchell's got it. As soon as I saw the reference to like modern politics and stuff and the class, I was like, oh my God, yeah, this guy's good. This guy's a Gramsciite. He has to be. I'm gonna check his name out sometime and see if he's written any stuff on Gramsci because this is a guy who studied Gramsci. I'm telling you. I mean, the hatred for Bodiga that's in this is just, I think, one of the telling parts. But his ability to be like academically like sound and not lose his rag is, at the same time, is just. Gramsci was like this too. Gramsci was amazing at like cordiality. Like it's why people make up bullshit. They're like, "Oh, him and Bodiga got along." He took the piss out of Bodiga all the time and did not want anything to do with him. Basically, didn't want to talk to him even. But they're in prison together. You are gonna speak. They were not friends. Like it's so stupid. Bodiga got out of prison alive, and Gramsci got out of prison dead. So like people got to think about that. But yeah, pseudo Bodiga. He's coming for you. And it kind of that almost gets into the point as to well as what I'm getting into the progeny of this. Pseudo Bodiga has become bigger than Bodiga. Um, Even at this point, 2008, Pseudo Bodiga was way bigger than Bodiga. People don't even know Bodiga no more. Like, well, people do, but not very many. Bodiga is to left communism as to what Franco is to fascism. Like, actually, no, I don't think that's fair. He's probably more pivotal than that. But what I'm saying is that people remember Hitler and Mussolini more than Franco. But people often sometimes do remember Franco, just not many of them. Normally they're Spanish, you know? And so it's like with Bordiga, it's like you're either an Italian or a French band if you're like mentioning anything to do with Bordiga, because those guys have the largest like Bordigist movements, and France still has a Bordigist like French like left populist movement. So you got to be careful. Um, the article was published as a pamphlet in 1970 by Pierre Guillaume. Or is it? Like, it'd be like guillotine, wouldn't it? Or but it'd be like Gia, so it'd be like Guillaume. I hope I'm
Oh
pronouncing this
no,
right.
it's too hard of a language. Sorry, it's
When the Spaniards like fuck the French, this is too much. I mean, Spanish is an easier and better language. I do agree. Throwing shade. Wait, my Discord did a weird bloopy glitch, and
yeah. I'm back to I think every website at this point has issues, but yeah. Um, should I check the stream?
no, it's okay. It was just Discord doing a thing. Former member of Bordiga's party, Communist International. If you're gonna start writing it in Italian, you might as well continue. Like Partito Comunista Internazionale. And of the group around the ultra left bookstore. God, they actually. that's a ultra left bookstore. No, thank you. I only go to the mega left bookstore. Quote, uh, La Via Taupa, end quote. Oh, it's Italian, isn't it? Not French.
Either way, you know,
I
it
mean,
is
it
what
could
it
be
is.
French because like Bordiga did collaborate with the French a lot. Because Pierre is a very French name. Like in a Latin incarnation, La Via Taupa was to become the voice of left wing Holocaust denial. It's such a statement. Fuck me. We got so cooked. This is like the 1970s. We are 50 years later. That's eons in like dialectical terms, but you know, short time in human memory terms. But as dialectics goes, a lot of mountains can move in that time. Um, and it is in early it might be Guillaume actually. But Guillaume's early affection for this article, which appears on the web not only as at Marxist.org. Do they still feature it? Fuck. I gotta
I
check
don't
this.
know, but we should just read it anyways.
Oh, I'm gonna read it, but I just want to see in the results if they. Oh, I should search Google because it has better results categorization than Bing. Let's. We all remember when I tried to search for Vladimir Putin topless, and it started showing me old men with their cocks out. They have it. It's still up here. It's still up here. Just take it down. It doesn't need to be in circulation. Like, we already have people who are academics that have commented on it that we can trust. Get rid of it. Like, why is this like, you're allowing it to be circulated? I don't think every piece of data needs to be readily available. Sometimes it's just good to, like, let this shit die. Well, like, what is it? Like, we have to remember his legacy or some shit, so we have to remind ourselves how bad he is? People gotta grow up. Like, fuck me, it's so pathetic.
I mean,
But
I had a left com on Twitter defend the article. Believe it or not, they just tried. They did a thing where like, oh, Bordiga didn't actually write it, but I actually agree with what's said there. Blah blah blah. The hatred of the Jews wasn't the only thing, or wasn't the ultimate cause, or whatever they told me. And I couldn't even respond to that. It was just it's
yeah, no,
it's that
that's
bad.
wild. I mean, it was caused by hatred of a lot of people, but to say that hatred of Jews wasn't a cause for what happened in Nazi Germany is wild. Like, it was the cause. It was like one of the leading causes, if not the leading cause, but it wasn't the only cause. Like, what they're doing is they're doing um, a fallacious either or argument. So it has to be either or. It can't be both. And it's just one of them where it just is multiple groups of people. Like, it can't be just the Jews. Then it's not enough to have one group of people that you can attack. You have to have other people you can associate with them. The Roma, uh, trans people. I mean, like I said, what was it that Goebbels said about trans people? We're a Jewish invention. So yeah, they target other groups, but because we were Jewish in some way, shape, or form, the communists were Jewish Bolsheviks, Judeo Bolshevismus, and cultural Bolshevismus. Which often translated to cultural Jewry. They just say cultural Jewry eventually.
Yeah,
The Nazis got a little less savvy on their like veils during the war, so they just like coming out with like the more blatant shit. It's kind of it's a
yeah,
doozy.
yeah. I'm ready for the rest of the article, but yeah,
But yeah, which appears on the web not only at Marxist.org, but on revisionist websites. You mean and other revisionist websites?
yeah,
That we can see the germ of the movement. Hmm. Indeed, it is an easy step from Auschwitz or the Great Alibi to complete denial of the Holocaust. The author places Nazis and anti-fascists on the same level, dismissing both for blaming hatred on the Jews as the cause for the Holocaust. As I was getting into, like that's a simplicity that's just not what anyone is arguing. No historian will tell you that the Jews alone was why the Holocaust happened. They would tell you that it's the primary like leverage, and that's what they hear primary cause, so they think, oh, that means it's the only cause, or like, oh, well, there's other causes, so you're wrong. They're not stupid, they know what they're doing. um
yeah,
Anti-Semitism was not the quote a priori reason for the destruction end quote of the Jews. It was nothing but the quote expression of a desire to limit and concentrate destruction on them end quote. Their choice as victims was both due to their place in capitalist society and their ease of quote unquote identification. Anti-Semitism is thus nothing but a side issue, one incidental to the discussion. After all, they weren't killed because they were Jews, but because they were ejected from the production process. Um, 2 decades of yeah, that's he's shitting on Bodega's line here. Two
yeah,
decades of Hitlerite anti-Semitic rants meant nothing. Quote, Der Stürmer, end quote, meant nothing. Kristallnacht meant nothing. All we had was capitalism looking for a way out of a crisis. And that's why you get the people who are like, oh, it's just the dictatorship of capitalism. This actually is another thing that we can get into about the petty bourgeoisie, because who did Der Stürmer? Who did Kristallnacht? It was the petty bourgeoisie. It wasn't the proletariat. They had lumpen proletarians working for them because they took advantage of them, but like that's not the lumpen proletarians organizing this, coordinating this, and doing this. This is a petty bourgeois movement that caused a lot of this shit, and it's the same. This is the same argument we get from people. Is this one? and what's it? This one, because Jews are not because they were ejected from the production process. Communists speak like this. They don't know that they speak like this sometimes. I feel, but they speak like this because they talk about like disenfranchisement in this very like placid and like fucking uh reactionary way, just like level playing field kind of shit. And so, like, yeah, they'll be like, well, they were ejected from society, and that's being ejected from the production process, and therefore they were this and that. And, that. And it's like, well, why were they ejected from society? And as soon as you say anti-Semitism, well, then it's like, well, then they were. It is because they're Jews. Like, fuck it. But like saying transphobia isn't because I'm trans. It's because I was ejected from the production process. No, I'm hated for that for my disability, right? Like that's a different thing. Being trans actually doesn't affect your ability to function in the workspace, except like, workspaces will often not want to function with you, but that's the joy of the labor system. But we've got to really understand with this whole like thing is that this is really nailing the whole petty bourgeois problem at the same time as the what's it the Holocaust denial problem, which also is a Zionist issue. The Zionists aren't like big fans of like Holocaust remembrance. They just do it because it allows people to sympathize with them more. So it's good for business. But yeah, Um, where there, the author shifts to placing a part of blame for the death of millions on the West, which didn't take in the Jews, and his tone makes it clear that it is the greater part of the blame. I mean, there is some blame to get mad about with that, but like not the greater part of the blame. That's fucking crazy. Stating that, quote, most remained in Germany despite themselves and despite the Nazis, end quote. You don't know why they stayed there. They got family and stuff. They're poor. Like, this guy's just making assertions. The Reich becomes just an ancillary figure in the drama. Not only did they want to send the Jews elsewhere, they and not be forced to kill them. It was the West that refused to save them. In one of the great alibi's most outrageous enormities, it is the SS that believed in Western ideals in pseudo Bordiga's treatment and of the negotiations between Joel Brand and Eichmann for the trading of Jews for trucks. It is Eichmann and the Germans who are allowed to appear concerned about Jews, even putting down a deposit of Jews in Switzerland preparatory to the final swap. Oh, sorry. And then the pseudo Bodega sets loose the final indignity. Quote, German capitalism recognized itself with difficulty to murder pure and simple. Um, German capitalism resigned itself with difficulty to murder and pure and simple. Its hand was apparently forced in the killing of 6 million Jewish men, women, and children. One can almost hear Himmler sighing sadly through pseudo Bodega's prose. And of course, in the Bordigist universe, it was capitalism that killed them, not the specific form. German Nazism and their death wasn't by Zyklon B or disease or firing squads. It was done by ejecting them from production. The ignominy of this article never ends. The imperialists are guilty of using the deaths of the Jews to justify the despicable treatment inflicted on the German people in the pseudo bodega in this pseudo bodega is perfectly consistent. No Germans are responsible for any of the crimes portrayed. Um, um, where was I?
Um, Crimes perpetrated.
Capitalism alone, an abstract entity, was responsible for everything. And in any event, in the final paragraph, we are informed that capitalist life is everywhere and in every way a hell. I'm sorry if I'm like having some flash moments. I'm having some like brain fog and then like brain shutdown moments, but I'm okay. Um, we are still chugging along. A precise equivalence exists between daily life under capitalism and the death camps, since if the good democratic anti-fascists show the lampshades made of human skin, it's to make us forget that capitalism transforms the living man into a lampshade. Um, Shame seems to have been a word missing from the author's vocabulary. Yeah, I agree. It's shameful. People don't show this to you to make you forget what capitalism does. If people showing you a bad thing of capitalism, they're probably trying to make you think about the bad thing about capitalism.
Yep.
But yeah, um, yeah, I did get to the end of that. The death camps are rendered banal. Is that really how banal is spelled? Okay.
Yeah.
The Germans are exculpated. The fate of the Jews demoted to mere happenstance. Denial of the very existence of the Shoah flows naturally from all of this. So that's the end of the
Yeah.
article.
Yeah. That's the end of it. The rest of it is obviously what was written in the Lefcom journal. It would it would take a long time and to read it all on the stream. Um,
Maybe in another day.
yeah, the reason why I kind of waited for us to read this, I guess, because then I would have a lot to say.
Well, you
It's
can
because
take
it's
the
that
stage.
it was because it's that bad. It really is that bad of an article. And a lot of left comms, they play all these games, but they'll actually really defend some of this stuff. And this is connected to their pro Zionist shit, even though they say they're against it. The leftcom.org website or whatever, they got an article called neither Palestine nor Zionism or something like that. And it's basically just saying both sides are bad, and and there's not really national liberation. It's all just bourgeois, because the left comms have this really anti-dialectical just flattening of any kind of democratic struggle period. um, and even with this article here, with the downplaying of Nazism, really, I mean, what happens in the actual other article too is like, yeah, they basically suggest that the Soviet Union and the West are just as responsible for the Holocaust and Nazi crimes, as well, unironically. It's all this kind of mechanical crap of like the German Jews were part of the petty bourgeoisie, and that's why the German petty bourgeois people, wanted to get them out of the production and all this vulgar, lacid vocabulary that they use, just mechanistic, um, just no empathy, um, and it's just a very it feels like a parody of left comms, but this is actually their history. This is actually how they argue. This is their bad position now coming into the 21st century. Um, and it's just horrible. I mean, this is the real legacy of Bordiga and his Italian and French left com parties. That's the road they went down to. Even at one point in that article of the actual left com writing of it, they basically kind of suggested that the people in Algeria were not like they basically suggested both sides were bad, the Algerians fighting French colonialism because again, it's reductionism, it's all bourgeois democracy, you know. And yeah, I mean, look, a lot of this crap is yeah, like the language that was used in quotations that we read or Carl read is that like, yeah, this is how they talk about Jewish people being exterminated. This is how they argue against other communists. Um, and they make excuses for Berdiga cooperating with the Italian fascist authorities. Um, a lot of them really do believe that all sides in World War II were equally bad. Sometimes, a lot of times, actually. And a lot of them even dismiss, even in that article, they imply that anti-fascism was no better and that the struggle for democracy was a distraction from battling against capitalism. I'm not even joking. That's what they believe. It's it's a lot to take in, but we had to address some of this. I'm gonna check the chat room in case anybody was watching. We were talking about um we're talking about the Lefcom 1960 article of the Bordigas, really reductionist take on World War II and the Holocaust, and really downplaying what the Nazis were doing, and also finding ways of blaming not even just the West, but including the USSR as equal parties in all of it. Um, for those of you tuning in. I guess I'll continue talking so that it's not all silence, but it's just the way things are. Um, the reason why we haven't been able to stream is also like health issues um and either way there's this you saw that the last stream failed with the audio and it's all just a lot of tech stuff, you know. I'm also unemployed as fuck and but I am gonna start addressing more current issues even beyond the stream itself on my channel at the ARML library. But yeah, look, I guess going solo here until I'm interrupted is basically like, the left communist relationship with their history in the movement and their imperialist arguments and their mechanical reductionism, their chauvinism, their lack of any empathy for any national liberation, whether it's Palestine, Algeria, you know, Lebanon. Um, a lot of left comms are just very oriented in the imperial core, and it's all this kind of class reductionism language, you know, over focusing on just class, but not even in a real way, in just a very pseudo way of doing things. Mechanicalism. Um, we read that article that was criticizing Bordiga, and you know it goes through it if you rewind, um, or you look it up as well. There are some Trotskyists who are bad as well on the issue of Zionism and Palestine. Not all of them, and I think they've been improving considering the last 3 years. But there are those neocontrots who don't give a shit for national liberation. They don't give a shit for people struggling outside of the imperial core. But look, this is the problem on the left right now. There's a problem of all this kind of passive or normalizing so-called left Zionism. You know, we're having just an issue of people not focusing on what's at stake. We're seeing a Holocaust in Palestine happen. There's no ceasefire. There's no ceasefire. No. That don't just forget about that word. That's just a tactic to freeze certain movement while starving a country. Whether it's Palestine, whether it's Iran, Lebanon, that's what that word means. It's not an end of hostilities. Not that that ever was going to be. Um, because the imperialists lie. The imperialists use tactics and they betray their words. Their treaties mean nothing when they no longer want to obey it. Right now, the left is distracted with what? Following just pro Zionist streamers, Mandani stuff endlessly, AOC. It's just, or even just they don't even want to focus on other issues at home as well. So like if they don't even want to address the imperialism stuff, Palestine, some of them won't even talk about the fascism going on, whether it's the transgenocide going on. They got these clinics in Texas now. basically designed to do that, whether it's overall all women's medical rights being shut down since Roe got overturned by fascist judges. We're just talking about men all the time and how to get them involved. But it's also like, what about everybody else? There's there's more than one class division, a lot more. Um, you know, and yeah, this stream just kind of happened as we could with whatever energy we have. Um, and it's just a thing of like, there's so many other issues going on too, obviously. That's impossible to cover all. Um, because if we're honest, yeah, things are really going bad in the US. They're going bad in the UK. We're seeing far right victories in a lot of places across the world, Latin America, India, Europe, here. Um, Not that I even trust a lot of election results coming out of those places or out here too, right? Um, the pink wave, it's been stopped. I'm not a third worldist, but yeah, there is first worldist behavior. That's a real thing. That is a real thing, and it's something we have to take serious. These are real issues we're facing. Going back to the liberal Zionism and all that other so-called left Zionism, kibbutz crap. Yeah, the Zionists need them, and they're using them in our spaces to get people back to normalizing Zionism, to ignore Palestine. And they're doing it because the Zionists know they need the other imperial core countries. Um, that's where we're at today. Every single struggle happening around the world is interconnected to what happens here. I don't really care that much about, well, my favorite streamer said that this person's not really a Zionist and that it's okay to vote for this particular Zionist Democrat or whatever it's the anti-Deutsch, pro-Zionists out there in Germany and Austria and whatever in the Netherlands. Um, or, the Labor Party basically attacking Palestinian rights and the ability to protest and all this stuff. You know, the Labor Party has clearly shown what they are, but I'm not from there. But I see what's happening. Um, they're part of the problem too. Um, and Palestine, Lebanon, all these other places, the red triangle symbol, it's not just for show. That's not what it's supposed to be. Our job isn't to just mention Palestine once and then just tell people to go follow along all this, to tolerate Zionists, tolerate two-state solutionism. Oh, but they hate Netanyahu, so it's okay. That's not good enough. No. So that's the point of what I'm saying. We have to call this out. It has to be addressed. We have to improve our spaces. Let the Zionists go elsewhere. Let them create their own little Zionist spaces, not infiltrate ours. Even with the LevCom stuff, admittedly, I wouldn't even talk about them, believe it or not. But they're doing a lot of bullshit. They're doing a lot of propaganda that helps Zionism. It obscures the primary contradiction of imperialism with all their rhetoric and their outdated positions. And that's not good. That's why I had been called out today as well. Um, there's a lot of issues as well where people are not putting Palestinian voices first in their priority as well. And it's just full approval from other Zionist liberals. And yeah, of course, there's a lot of white liberals who defend Zionism without having any ties to Judaism. Yeah, because they know Zionism goes down. Well, they gotta then face the reality that America or Canada is also a settler colony and imperialist and genocidal. That's why it's interconnected. What's been going on with Iran is interconnected too. And the thing is that we have to hear out people. This is more of a critique of conduct in the movement, and it won't be the last one. It can always be addressed in the future. But we need to hear people out. We actually have to hear what people are saying, how they're feeling, how things are going with them, meeting the masses at where they're at. The actual masses of proletarian people is what I really mean. Lumpen proletariat people too, colonized people. It doesn't matter if they're not optimistic. We have to meet them where they're at, not chasing the upper middle class and some of these failed, what, like failed sock them spaces of, well, basically like what? Let me rephrase myself. Because some people out there only seem to care about what the middle class thinks or what their streamers think. And it only ever seems to be about them, prioritizing them over everybody else. Um, Populism, slopulism, chasing these Zionists, sock them, politicians running as Democrats, and pretending that that's our position. No, people are being kidnapped by the Gestapo out here in this age of barbarism, and it's doesn't really make the front news now. Doesn't really It's not really talked about a lot on a lot of streamer channels too. Really, we have a bad media system online, if we're honest, as well. They're not even chasing other stories at times. It's just kind of chaotic now, the way things are in 2026. And I know that some of that stuff is out of our control, but we have to do what we have to do. This is just the way things are sadly playing out. Um, and with the imperialist stuff going on, I guess, and Propto, yeah, Trump did a fake ceasefire with Iran, and yeah, he's threatening Cuba and has been for months now. Uh, and yeah, I saw that Raul Castro is being attacked. It's really about creating division in the country. Yeah, US imperialism is still a threat, still will be, and the left doesn't seem to talk about it as much. Since like the end of April, I've kind of noticed that. Um, Part of it too is we had to be critical of what we're watching, you know? We have to actually have real solidarity with people, not bourgeois states and bourgeois influencers. I'm just taking a breath because I'm walking in circles. Um, that's what kind of happens sometimes with me. But that's what sadly is going on. These are real issues we have to combat. I guess the other thing I wanted to say as well is that, yeah, class reductionism is becoming a real issue in multiple fashions, in multiple ways. It could come in populism, economism, neo trade unionism. It comes in ways where it comes in a lot of reformist ways sometimes, but sometimes it's just this kind of like pseudo radicalism as well. It's like, oh, well, there's just not enough on class, not enough on wages. But it's so shallow, narrow minded. And the deeper you get into that rabbit hole, you start encountering people that are just talking about, they're like calling people D class. They'll say bad stuff about lumpen proletariat people, you know, they'll also just like talk in weird ways about genocides and like we read in that article about the left comps. They're just describing people being processed out and all this weird language that doesn't even relate to people. It just sounds cold. It's actually not addressing real issues, or is this kind of middle class politics, middle class way of looking at the current event. Um, and for obvious reasons, yeah, the big bourgeoisie are a fucking pain in the neck. But it's not just them. We're in 2026. We're in a world as well where the imperial core is actually expanding. There are new contradictions under this phase of capitalism. Obviously, we're so interconnected with the internet and other factors. Um, there is no real divide between class and culture or class and psychology. Um, there isn't. It's embedded within class. It's embedded within all these struggles are interconnected. These oppressions are class divisions themselves. They're not a separate thing. They're not, it's not epiphenomenalism. No, it's not simply base over superstructure. No, it's a much more dynamic relationship that the base and the superstructure have with each other. And it's interconnected. There are internal contradictions and external ones. It's taking a breather. But yeah, I mean I'm kind of ranting because I don't want it to be a silent stream. Um and this is the best we could do today. Um we just happen to find the time now. But obviously the climate crisis as well is a big part of the problem of where we're at today. It seems hyper normalized through my lifetime being a 97 Zoomer, Zillennial. Um, yeah, wildfires, earthquakes, uneven weather patterns all these decades, really, floods, other ecological disasters produced by imperialism and capitalism, contradictions that come from it. Yeah, we got nasty roads in a lot of America now. Yeah, sadly, but yeah, um, we're under austerity, obviously. Climate crisis is not going away just because neoliberals and others have decided they don't want to talk about it anymore because they think they're safe from it or whatever. No, it's not how that works. It's not a hoax. That's what the reactionaries say, by the way. But and like I said earlier in the stream, both of us, um, we're seeing a lot of people ignore feminist struggle, the trans feminist struggle as well. It's just been overclouded with focusing only on cis men, sometimes cis white men, but occasionally, some of these really middle class POC men. I know that from experience. I see it all the time. There's another so-called Maoist out there um, saying that there really isn't a misogyny problem. It's just both sides or whatever. Yeah, that's bullshit. We're living under fascism. There's no delusion about that. And yeah, it's fucking scary. I'm sure it is. It's disheartening. It's shocking. Shocking what Trump's getting away with. Because I don't underestimate him. We're not doing good out here with the American left. Um, we do want people to be optimistic, but we want people to absorb that as a principle and not as something to weaponize as a way of policing people's attitude or policing people from talking about subjects at hand, topics at hand. People have real anxiety about what's going on. Some people have dropped out of politics because of what's going on as well. People who are not even that political as us, perhaps at times, you know, yeah, there's some kind of burnout happening in America. It's always been an up and down. And it's not even just here. I'm just not from Canada, but I'm aware of some stuff going on over there with the whole neoliberal Mark Carney, who's even more right wing than Trudeau or whatever. But there's a lot of racism in the society. There always has been. There's always has been. It's just really out of control now. And as you could tell earlier in the stream, we've been really angry about neoliberal direction of things, the political movement as it exists. Um, it's becoming so right wing much quicker. But there is a danger as well where left com type stuff or pat sock shit is not the real answer either. That's just a false polarity. The idea that like all democracy is bad with the left comms and all this, or the pat socks, that's just reductionism. Just taking another breather. If we're going back to the Zionist stuff again, I'm aware that there's other stuff going on where, yeah, there are internal contradictions with these barbaric right wing Zionists. You know, the truth of the matter is that the replacement in Yahoo is going to be another fascist. It's going to be somebody who wants to probably outdo him and that wants to accelerate genocide at a more ridiculous rate. The barbaric culture of the Zionist occupation is becoming really right wing by the day and has been. Yeah, some liberal Zionists did flee. That's true. They're in Europe or whatever, the US, Anglosphere. But it's only a handful of like maybe 200,000, and they'll become a problem out here. A lot of Zionists in the imperial core, they are okay with some of this anti-Netanyahu stuff. Because at the end of the day, it's about protecting Zionism. They just have a different strategy from the right wing ones. They're smart. We have to take them serious in the sense of getting them out of our spaces. A lot of them are turning on queer people, on the trans community. Yeah, because people are turning against this Zionist shit, this imperialist shit. And so they realize, oh crap, well, the peak imperialism thing is not going to work. People are against it. And so, yeah, that's the change we had to be aware of now. We had to have red lines in the age of fascism. That's just the nitty gritty of a lot of this, unfortunately. And you're not going to be told this by a lot of others out there. The anti imperialist struggle is the class struggle. We are egalitarian. We are. I would be skeptical of somebody who says we're not egalitarian or has a really rigid hierarchy of what it means to be on the left. These are issues we had to come to grips with. I probably should have read the article myself. Now it's going to be self critique, I'll say on air. Um, my fault there. But it is where it is, um, sadly. So that's why I'm taking over at the moment. But to make sure stream continues without a bunch of blink noise. And it's and to show some empathy out there as well. Yeah, obviously, with things getting worse, yeah, economically, yeah, I see it. There's a lot of attacks right now on food stamps. I'll just get into it. Yeah, there's austerity on food stamps. We got like 18 states restricting drinks, so-called junk food on people with food stamps, SNAP benefits. They're putting a work requirement, even though they know that's not easy to get a job right now. It's not. Um, and in some places, working too much, earning too much a month will get you kicked off with the food stamps. Like here in California with the higher minimum wage compared to other states. Um, crazy, crazy. I'm on that shit. Straight up. That's just the reality of it with me. They'll probably reduce my benefits. I don't know. I don't know how there's supposed to be exceptions to the work requirement, but let's be real. They're not going to make it easy. Yeah, inflation is bad. There's obviously a crisis of energy with Trump's imperialism, but and I feel bad for people who are in that situation around the world that is affecting the global south in that scenario. Um, it sucks when it happens here too, but I also see that a lot of Americans, even MAGA, when they're mad at Trump, it's purely about the gasoline and not about the Iranians and Palestinians and Lebanese people they're bombing to death, not about the actual imperialist shit. Or it's opportunistic sloppyism, chasing far right narratives and America First nonsense, all that crap. Crypto red brownism, basically. We see that with the post left of Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal, and all that crowd. It doesn't really matter that they're against the Democrats or whatever. They're just like whitewashing MAGA and Marjorie Taylor Greene and all this shit. Tucker. That's also part of the problem too with a lot of populism, sloppyism stuff. There's multiple avenues of this deviation stuff happening across the left. Sometimes the so-called anti-imperialist talking points or so-called anti-war, I mean, is like just America first stuff and oh, wars are unproductive. Yeah, we know that, but it's been said way too much, as if that's the only thing. Ugh. It's a tricky situation in Iran. They're being blockaded as well during these talks in the fake ceasefire. Um, Sanctioned, bombed after there was an attempt of protest. Chaotic situation with the Iranian state and the state apparatuses and the negotiations. Um, whether we're talking about the IRGC or the new Ayatollah leader who we haven't seen in public and all this. I'm not even, I don't know. I don't claim to know what's even going on there. Nobody really knows in that specific scenario we're talking about. Um, there's still a civilian government, but it's not that simple for obvious reasons. It's a chaotic situation. Iraq is going through problems with its relationship with the US, but they've been in the middle of the war in the sense of, well, attacks by the US and the Zionists for obvious reasons. None of us here support the UAE and Qatar and Saudi Arabia, who are kind of basically siding with the Zionists, but also trying to have their own way while playing victim, while letting the US use their airspace and the ground bases to attack. So they are a part of it. That's not neutrality. You're hosting attacks. Um, the Dubai bourgeoisie are complete corrupt. They live off the backs of the lumpen proletariat, the proletariat who are vastly underpaid. Some of these people are actual slaves. We're talking about basically second citizenship, class status. Um, some cases they don't even have citizenship. Some of these people are from India originally as well, and they work in factories or other places outside of Dubai or Qatar. Um, it doesn't get talked about, it's ignored because a lot of rich people just go to Dubai and they rent a $10,000 hotel a night. Crap. The UAE, as the apparatus exists, is colonial. They're not pro-Palestine at all. Um, that's how these internal contradictions work over there. Saudi Arabia is a developing first world country now as well. Um, there's no campism coming to save us from imperialism. I think that's more than obvious now. I've done other streams talking about that on this channel or mine. Um, we have to work against imperialism at home. Anti-homeless laws are getting worse across America. It's being fueled by petty bourgeois and bourgeois interests, politicians on both sides. That includes the California governor as well, Newsom. Um, gentrification is at an all-time high and never went away. Um, people being forcibly moved, jailed. Louisiana is wants to pass a law to basically just throw homeless people in asylums or jail, not treat them properly with health care, feeding them. Some places have outlawed homeless lists in the bourgeois law. It's an arrestable offense. That's outlawing people. This is what we mean by lumpenization as well. Just not in the way the reactionaries mean it. That gets ignored a lot, by the way, with a lot of this class reductionism happening. We're not fighting for bribery. We're fighting to change the system, utterly change the system, not just the outside. Taking another breather. I'll get into this too since it's related, but yeah, we saw fascists in San Diego, literally two of them go and kill Muslims, kill both black and Arab Muslims. Based on what I saw, others injured. Um, it wasn't just a mosque. It was also it's a community center with a preschool, with a elementary school. I mean, you know, not in the middle of nowhere, in a very populated part of the county, right by the highway. And these fascist fuckers streamed it on Discord. That's the reports out there. Um, somebody leaked it. Somebody was watching it happen. Um, and yeah, there was a manifesto left, of course, and all that fascist crap, that nihilistic crap, genocidal crap. Um, and the coverage of it's completely crap. It's literally either not covered or it's just talking about how Zionists feel, or it's like, actual right wing media attacking the community. The security guard who was killed was a black Muslim worker. He was brave. He was brave, but it's tragic. It's emotional. In our government, the cops got there late. There was three 911 calls. They got there late to pat themselves on the back. Supposedly, one of the killers killed the accomplice. Supposedly, just then killed himself. It's a 19-year-old and a 70-year-old. They got like middle class, white, and Chicano backgrounds, but they're openly white supremacists. Yeah, that's a real contradiction. Yeah, that's a real thing. Sadly, there are fascist groups out there. You can see it on the news. All kinds of names. Whether we're talking about O9A, all these other names connected, all these influences. They're just recruiting people to do nihilistic shit, and our government's letting it happen. That's real. And far right ideology, unfortunately, is very potent right now. This is not the first or second or even the 10th far right fascist shooting, or even just a nihilistic shooting of a center of a community or school. It's become normalized out here in America, but I'm always disgusted by it. That happened in Monday, by the way. Um, so Zionist propaganda played a role in that. Because Zionism has been doing nothing but demonizing Muslims, demonizing Arab people, demonizing people who are against genocide. Um, you know, Palestinian Christians, etc. Um, genocide happened there. White supremacy and Zionism are responsible. Yeah, it's true that some Zionists will pull a card on you and they'll say that they're not white, as if that somehow matters. No, Zionism is still genocidal, regardless if that Zionist happens to have non-white skin or whatever. I also don't care for middle class sellouts, whether they're Chicano or others, you know, defending Zionism. I got no tolerance for that. You're just part of the problem, and you're likely already accepted some kind of settler narrative. Sadly, um, these are real issues that are happening. These are real events that we're talking about. I just couldn't stream about it right away. There's been a lot of discrimination against Muslims, Palestinians, Arabs, Black Muslims across the imperial core north, crackdown on protests, discrimination at airports, deportation, arrests, cracking down on signs for Palestine in the UK, and stuff like that, right? Um, people being deported in America for like social media posts or even just trying to fly here. Dangerous as fuck to come out here now. Neoliberalism is not here to save us from the fascism that they paved the way on the skulls of people across the global south and in here in the core with their failures, with their electoral failures, with their policy failures, with their way of engaging things. They paved the way for fascism to come. They paved the way for a second Trump term. They lied to our faces and said he was never coming back. That all happened. Keir Starmer in the UK is doing the same shit, basically, with his party, paving the way for fascist reform and takeover soon. And they've been winning these council seats. And I pay attention to that stuff, um, even though I'm not from there. The UK as it exists shouldn't exist. It's colonial status and a monarchy. But yeah, um, and if you've been paying attention to any Supreme Court rulings, you know that they are stealing congressional seats. They are literally back to Jim Crow congressional maps in the South now. It's gerrymandered to such an absurd extent that you see squiggly lines. They're dividing up cities like crazy in the maps. And it's designed in a way where You're basically robbing seats. There's no popular vote. It's gerrymandered. I don't, you're not really going to defeat that at the ballot box. You're not. That, and the Supreme Court just doesn't give a fuck. They're helping Trump. In some cases, there's been these weird rulings on other issues where it's like 8-1, 9-0 as well. The corruption is worse. Yeah, insider trading is real, basically. Yeah. Um, yeah, there's everybody is betting money on everything. Prediction markets commodifying everything, bets on people dying, bets on catastrophes, bets on wars. It's all really vulgar side of late capital. I like to believe we're under late capitalism, of course, but it's barbarism too. Taking another breather, stretching my legs. But yeah, that's what's happening. Of course, every single day there's some crazy post from Trump. It's fucking hard to keep up with. But he's very, despite his old age and despite his more elderly temper, the guy is still a fucking pain in the ass. The guy is nonstop. His cabinet as well, the people he's hired around him, the way he's changed the state apparatus, the Doge, which I've done streams on. We've done streams on. The culture doesn't have to keep going right wing. We just have to stop letting other parts of the left do opportunism and follow waves like tell us. That's what needs to happen. Because if we show actual resistance, then there will be some halt to some of this fascism. And the internal contradictions that fascists have will begin to show up more. But it's not going to happen on its own. At the end of the day, I understand that we change our stances at times with the material conditions or mistakes we make. On this channel, we never say that it's okay for the fascists to win, and we've been for tactical decisions, but we're not supporting Zionists, and we're not lying to people and telling them you can vote your way out of fascism. You know, there's more to the struggle than just tactical of the ballot box. That's the truth. We're not reaching out to the right people. We're not reaching the proletarian and lumpen proletarian masses. We're not reaching out to the countryside. 'Cause it's not just the big cities. Localism is not going to address anything. And they're not even doing the localism stuff right, anyways. You have to take over the councilships. It's not just the mayor. We need organizations to do food programs. We need education programs too. Yes, we do. Um, yeah, I know we have a bad literacy rate right now in this part of the imperial core. A lot of anti-intellectualism, and yeah, there has been some petty bourgeois pseudo-intellectualism that's not been useful. And there might be different methods of doing this, audiobooks. There's going to have to be orgs who are willing to educate people. Yeah, we probably do need to teach some people to read. It's sadly a thing that's happening due to the education system of bourgeois society being so lack worthy, sadly. Um, I'm aware of it. I went through speech therapy. I went through the so-called special ed, seen it all, been through it. It's a mess. Um, I mean, these days it's called like IEP or whatever. But yeah, I couldn't even speak when I was in elementary for a long time. Actually, took time to learn to learn to pronounce words, learn to read. I could understand the words, yeah, but just part of the learning development and other issues that comes with it. Um, Being neurodivergent. These are real issues as Marxists, as communists, even just as leftists, or even if you're an anarchist, that we have to face with. Um, we're not individualists. We care about the society, care about the collective well-being. We do believe in a positive vision, but we had to have a critical approach. Pure vision itself is not enough. There has to be a backbone to a lot of that. In the future on the IRML library, I will have something up about hyper nostalgia in the culture industry today, how nostalgia is also feeding into reactionary tendencies. But I'll have to save that for that. There probably will be a second stream on the LEFCOM thing and the Bordiga question, for sure. We are aware that anti-sectarianism is a problem at times, and that's not we never denied that. But it's not the only problem. It's not even the first problem. We can't do a call for unity that requires us to sacrifice all our principles, that requires us to like accept Zionism, accept transphobia, accept misogyny, accept middle class hierarchy of politics, um, petty bourgeois takeover, liberal, actual liberalism. That's not acceptable. We can't do eclecticism. Eclecticism has never worked. But yeah, we do have to work with other communists that are principled and willing to work with us. That's also the other requirement. Some other don't want to work with us, and we do have to work with anarchists. This is not a time for anti-anarchist tirades. This is not Spain or whatever. I still believe we need a united front, but I'm aware that there has to be some education on this topic and the issue of popular frontism being antiquated today. So I admit that it's not something that's going to be that easy, unfortunately, to build up. We're obviously against accelerationism. That's never changed. And we're never going to support accelerationism. Taking another breather. Still breathing, still breathing. But trying to think of anything I'm missing out that would be important, I guess. I mean, yeah, there are these other contradictions with fascism, Christian nationalists, transhumanist fascism, techno bros, other divisions on tactics with them. They do exist. Some think that Trump is not fascist enough, but that's sadly a real thing. Your mic might be muted.
Sorry, I fucking thought with passing out.
Don't worry, I had you covered there, and I also should have read that article instead, but um,
Mm, yeah, maybe.
yeah, I was keeping the stream busy for you, so don't worry.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's up to you if you want to continue. I did say a lot already for the audience, and I covered some of the recent events, especially the local one on Monday with the fascist, you know, killers, mass shooters. But yeah,
Just getting a glass of water. Ah, 90 degrees. Jeez. Oh yeah, let me look at the chat room. All right, I was just taking a water break. And yeah, that empanada has done some good coverage on the Zionist stuff on the left and other Zionists as well in general recently. Those out there listening. In the future as well, on the ARML library, um, there will be more audiobooks. I will eventually get a new app for um, recording books, the longer books, basically. Um, just saving up money to pay for the subscription. But yeah, it's it's a work in progress because I record from my cell phone. That's just the way it has to be done. Sorry for getting distracted from breathing. I did want to reiterate again that Cuba is under threat, being starved, blockaded illegally, threats.
Yeah, I don't know why I can't stay awake. What you been getting on?
Um, well, to be honest, I did kind of cover a lot, and then I had to take this water break. But I was just kind of reminding people that, like, yeah, the threats against Cuba is really amping up. Yeah,
Yeah, it could be military, but I think it's gonna be political.
yeah,
How did I minimize the window? I don't know what I was doing. I was like clicking on everything. I'm so sorry, people. I am not very well in my health. I should have mentioned that in the update part, probably. Not very well in my
yeah. I mean,
health.
yeah.
Oh, go on. It's okay.
Oh, I had told the audience when I was ranting earlier for like the hour that like this was kind of a last minute stream that we finally pulled, and yeah,
How long have I been
I just
out
had health
for?
issues. I mean,
Has it
it's
been two
not been
hours?
over 2 hours.
I've been out. I've been asleep
It's
for
less than
most of the
two.
stream. That's crazy. Oh, I'm so sorry. This was supposed to be a collaborative effort.
Yeah, but they know you read the thing, so that's why.
So,
Um,
like,
and
the Bordiga stuff, I think, relates all the way through to the Cuba stuff. Like, you think about it, Cuba got thrown under the bus by the left comms, except like some of the progressives that call themselves left comms that are like essentially isolated, like minority members of the group. They completely backstabbed Cuba. So was it 2 years ago when Cuba did the gay marriage act and all that lot, and they did the family like they kind of did like a reparations thing for like queer and minority people. Like they were like, okay, have a big apology and we got a lot of shit we got to sort out. So like Cuba made, I think, the biggest like change in any country when it comes to like queer rights, like in a decade, like, and that's amazing because they were really bad on it at one point. And as soon as that happens, all these supposed communists show their right wing tendencies and turn on Cuba, and that's the Bordigas tendency.
yeah,
And so Cuba
yeah,
is in very deep trouble. I pray that the daughter makes it to power because if it's going to be a Castro, I'd like her. She's probably the best Castro we've got.
at this point, yeah,
Maybe even before. She could be better than Fidel. She was a real radical with that, like, queer stuff, but it can all be pulled under. I'm not putting my hopes up too high. I'm just like, I like her rebellious attitude. She's got a bit of anarchistic mentality to her, and I'm like, okay, interesting. I'd like to see what her approach towards Cuba and Cuba's problems are. Because her support of the queer movement is really, really fucking helpful. And she was out there being a noisy little fucker. That's why she got so much flack. That's why she's hated so much by these men in the so called left. Although a lot of them try and claim that the left doesn't exist, so maybe they shouldn't be called the so-called left. They've transcended neither left nor right. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, and oh God, the other, the left is dead nonsense and all that. Yeah,
Well, they love a good bit of like Hegelian or Kantian dualism, where two things could contradictorily exist at once.
yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, eventually on my channel, I am going to address the whole platypus stuff,
Oh
but
God,
not today. um,
I think
and they are trying to recruit left comps, by the way.
I'm not surprised. I mean, they are left comms, so it makes sense. Although you could argue they're something else, and maybe they are, but they are a weird strain of politics in general.
Highly, yeah,
Yeah, with me, I think that my biggest concern other than inaction, because that's a really big problem. We don't do long enough protests. We don't do lockdowns, struggles where we take over portions of towns. We don't do campments and stuff, occupations, none of it. And we need to be doing that. The other thing is the way in which this reification of toxic masculinity within society is affecting the men around us if they're not being analytical and critical of this fucking shift because the culture supposes their interests, uh, not necessarily the outliers. There's gonna be the not all men thing always has to come in, but like it is a thing that affects people if they're not analyzing and they're not criticizing these things and they're not putting themselves into the perspective of the harm that comes from these shifts in culture. And it gets to a point where you start to see that maybe the right ain't the only people that got some women hating motherfuckers that need ejecting into the fucking pits of hell. That's what I'm saying. I'm sick of it. Like, we should not feel
yeah,
unsafe around fucking radicals. That is absurd. Like, I should not have to fucking feel on edge around someone who calls themselves an anarchist, a socialist, a revolutionary, a communist. Heck, fuck. Communists should be uncomfortable with sock dems, but even like the average sock dem should still be like a progressive minded person who you wouldn't think would just like stab you or kick the shit out of you or rape you or do all sorts of stuff to you because they detest your existence. So, like, it's the thing, because social democrats are, like, an easy one to point at. People know that they're problematic with these kind of things, but communists do this. And sometimes it's not the revisionist parties that are the only fucking problem. It's a man issue. And they gotta sort it out amongst themselves. We can't keep fucking trying to baby them into some sort of, like, fucking proper behavior. And fascism is taking advantage of the babyism of male mentality.
huge, huge.
People go
Said that
real.
earlier. Yep.
Yeah, people really gotta wake up to this. Like, this is Christian, fucking gender rules and hierarchy is being implemented on us at a rapid rate, rapider than ever could we have imagined. It's been a 50-year, 60-year project of the KKK, Zionism, and European fascist unification movements, and also on top of that, European fascist nationalist movements. It's a mess. Those two movements contradict each other with their interests, so it's the funniest part of them because they can't decide which is the better direction, and I find that hilarious. Um, they're kind of like Trotskyists in that regard.
Yeah, yeah, you said everything that I agree with, and I said it as well when you were napping. Like that, yeah, cis men are a problem in the way they engage in these spaces and dominate. And I also brought up how like we also gotta focus on the feminist struggle, you know, and because like there are some like other influencers or even just like orgs that are only talking about reaching out to men and only them, and like babying them like you said, and that's helping the fascists actually, um,
You gotta take the kid
even
gloves off.
yeah.
And I don't care if like yelling at them, popping off on them, telling them off is the thing that pushes them away. They need to be told. And we keep trying to tell them politely, but you tell them politely, they'll mansplain to you. They'll tell you what's what. They'll put you in your place or whatever. And then what you end up doing is you fawn. You fawn because you're being gaslit. And it's a natural response: fight, flight, fawn, and freeze. You got those four options. Fight is a hard one to take up upon. Even if you've slightly took upon it, you've moved in its direction. It's still really hard to fully go all the way and act upon fight unless you blow. And you really want to be able to engage with the fight response before it blows, and you're engaging in radical activism and work. But like that's the whole there's a whole layer of things that come into the heavy work in which we have to do, and it is going to be gruesome. The police kicked the shit out of me because I was fucking one of the loud people when they were arresting like old people, vicars, school teachers, and they were avoiding us disabled people this time because 2 weeks earlier they had arrested a disabled person who was in a wheelchair and he's blind and deaf, and they fucking arrested him and carried him out, and it got bad news reports. They faked a whistleblower thing to say the police force is like really emotionally shook by the current situation and the fact that they are having to arrest so many people, blah, 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 blah. But so they started arresting the disabled people when it was late, when the people who would come started to leave and go home because of the protest rules and your ability to be arrested. It's fucking pathetic because it means me getting the shit kicked out of me wasn't likely caught on camera. But if the people had stayed, it would have been caught on camera. It would have hit in news sites. They beat the shit out of me. Probably broke my wrist. Like, my wrist has always had issues, and now I can't put any weight on it at all without it fucking feeling like someone is, like, fucking, like, stabbing it, fucking, and smashing it from, like, one side and the other. Because they twisted my wrist as far as they could fucking twist it, along with my arm. And so yeah, that's the other thing is that they pulled the muscle in my arm on the arm that fucking had a massive fucking hole in it from my arm falling off my shoulder when my collarbone shattered and my arm dropped down and the end of the collarbone on the end of my arm went straight through the muscle. The motherfuckers just pulled it back and twisted it all around as far as he can, smashed my face in the floor. Then they're on top of me. Someone was punching me. Someone was kicking me. Um, they shoved me into a chair, and then started like pushing their foot on my head against the chair while I'm already cuffed. Oh no, they're still holding my hands back and pulling my hands hard. And then they cuff me and they leave the restrictor unlocked. And so if you leave the restrictor unlocked, any pulling on the cuffs will tighten the cuffs. Well, they held me from my like shoulders and from my legs and left my body to push all my weight down on my arms, tightening the cuffs. And it mainly tightened around the one with the wrist they broke. because of the positioning of my hands. They then fucking wouldn't listen to me as I'm like screaming because I got sciatica. I'm severely disabled, and they're carrying me without supporting my back. I didn't knew they weren't gonna change their tone, but I'm a fucking self-righteous little shit, and if someone's fucking with me, I'm gonna tell them exactly how they're fucking with me, even when they're kicking the shit out of me and I'm completely losing. I had a lot of experience in it. Well educated in my upbringing in regards to these kind of situations. But the core thing I'm trying to get at here is that you have to be radical. The reason they targeted me was because the shit I was fucking saying. Just the shit I was saying. Because I was being. I mean, you guys have watched my channel for a long time. I'm an articulate little shit with my words when I want to be. Getting forced to copy out the dictionary when I was in primary school, worst thing the capitalist system ever fucking did. It gave me a vocabulary that I otherwise wouldn't have. And made me sound like a smart ass before I was smart enough to be one. Um, I don't think I'm a smart ass. I just thought it'd be funny to put it that way. But the point is that like uh, this this whole frame of reference is that even if you are a mouthy person at a protest, you change the game a little bit because you change the vocabulary, you change the direction, and you'll push for encampment struggle, which is what I'm intending to do. Is every protest I go to, I'm going to try and get on my Echo phone and push for encampments, push for Occupy, and criticize. You can get in trouble doing stuff like that with people, but I'm going there because how else do you do it? There's no like open assembly where we all come together and criticize each other and decide a program for the movement. No, petty bourgeois institutions are just directing how this movement goes. I don't really like that. People need to be more active, and you need to be locking down and protesting basically nonstop. Like, this is the communist thing. It's like you have to be protesting the system. You have to be building local power, food programs and stuff. And what's the great thing about building a Occupy movement? What the fuck do you need to survive in an Occupy movement? Food programs. And so you actually, even if your occupation movement fails and you lose territory, you can actually move that food program into the local apparatus as your new feed the people program, etc., etc. So there's a whole framework of different things that goes on with this kind of shit, but we need to be doing radical stuff, not just thinking radical, not just going to 3 hours of protest and saying something radical. Um, we got to be locking places down. We got to be doing it in the thousands, the millions, even better, but the thousands would be good enough. If we got it to the hundreds of thousands, that would be really good enough. Couple 100,000, like Tommy had at that protest last year. The Unite the Kingdom protests, which you can tell that one's based on Unite the Right. Interesting thing to have a memorabilia for, but we won't judge Tommy too much, I guess. That's another video in the making. Uh, and the fascists in that are running around England, the EDL that are now Britain First and all that lot, they and what's it, Reform, they what's it, oh shit, what was I was gonna say? I forgot what the original group I was going on about was that I was gonna relate Reform and you could EDL,
EDL.
yeah, they're EDL. Well, more so than that, they're actually National Front. National Front is behind a lot of this. But the EDL belongs to the Jewish Defense League. It's a fascist organization that's Zionist, and it's a
Yeah, out
WASP
here
org.
they're a terrorist group officially on the books. But yeah,
Yeah, they're not a terrorist group here.
right.
I'm gonna double check that. Ugh, I use Google. Fuck off. Bing. How is DuckDuckGo so good but uses the same fucking search engine as Bing, technically? No, the English Defense League is not legally considered as a terrorist, not legally classified as a terrorist organization in the United Kingdom. It is not listed under the prescribed terrorist groups or organizations register maintained by the UK Home Office. Well, there you go. Palestine Action, however, though, they're still competing in court over that, and while they're competing in court, it is now banned again. But I think as well, though, there's some stuff to learn. Be vocal during arrests. I actually disagree with people that say you should just be quiet. Don't say stuff that'll incriminate you. Don't be a fucking idiot. But, like, speak your rights. Speak your rights. Ask questions. Get them to stipulate why the fuck they are arresting you. That's what I did. And because I was asking that and I wasn't getting responded to, and then they fucking attacked my phone for a live stream they knew I was already doing because they had watched it, so they didn't need it for evidence. And because I was so vocal and they attacked me and it turned into physical violence and they tried to do me for assault. Like they cornered themselves because they also the police officer didn't see that it would backfire on him and he went straight like guns blazing to try and get me done for assaulting him because I grabbed on his shirt cuffs and I ripped his shirt jacket when I was falling to the ground because he was trying to yank my phone out my hands and having a big bloke like try and snatch anything off me. That's a fucking trauma trigger. That is. I'm gonna fucking fight for my life if a man's gonna come in like that rather than like talking to me. I wasn't running away. I wasn't going anywhere. I was asking him questions. And I have a right to ask questions. We don't do the you have a right to remain silent as far as I'm aware. But like Miranda rights. Oh no, I think they do say it, but like I was too busy mouthing. The fucking so they ended up fucking. I got the letter on my with me crayons. Uh, fucking they're invisible, so you're just gonna have to know that they're there. I got the letter like 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and I was like, oh shit. I put the maths together, and I'm like, yo, it's because it would be a messy case, and they don't want messy cases. They want to be able to just throw people into jail. So I'm probably gonna do some more signpost things and get myself arrested again, because like the idea isn't to just fucking like get away with it. The idea is to fucking do some proper protesting and get a bit martyrdom-ish. You know what I'm saying? So like I don't know. I might end up throwing myself in the throat because at the end of the day, well, Palestine still bleeds. Fuck me. I'm feel like I'm dying. Well, my health is making me feel like I'm dying. But on top of it, Palestine too. I bleed. Uh, Irish blood in me boils to every Palestinian child, woman, man, MB, and everything in between that dies, that is harmed. Every school child that will never get to see their school again, or most of their school friends. Every parent, every mother that has not a child left to her, as they have all been buried in the rubble of what's left of Gaza City. Like, it's where my focus is to be, and it's where it's to always be, even as I am having to draw my focus heavily at home as fascism reaps what it is sown.
Same
One,
here.
one of the titles I was going to do for this stream is "We Are Fucked," because if the attitude of the so-called left does not change, we don't get our shit together as the actual left-wing radicals we are meant to be, we are dooming people to their grave, dooming people of my kind of political, social class, and minority standing. But I would consider myself one of the people who are responsible for it because I'm also a communist. But we are not the ones that aren't trying. It's the thing. It's cis people are a big problem for this, but it's not really about whether they're cis or not because there's a lot of trans people like this. It's the middle fucking classes. We've got to stop letting them lead us into the fucking grave because that's what they're doing. The Pied Piper plays his tune. What do we do?
Yeah, I agree with everything.
Gramsci said straight that if the working class organic intellectuals, and what he means is fucking people who are like either from the working class and are organic intellectuals, or class traders, class dropouts, organic intellectuals that kind of failed at their attempt at being part of the bourgeois intellectual standard. Um, that latter one is more risky, but it's basically a matter of not excluding all possibilities. But like he's basically saying like if it's people from the petty bourgeoisie that lead the revolution, even if they're good comrades, they have a chance of leading it to its grave. Well, so the proletarian proletarian intellectuals that are of the organic strain, which is predominantly, that's like almost all. You can almost argue 99% of proletarian intellectuals are organic intellectuals. But they are they are the necessity for the movement to thrive and have healthy development. It's it needs lumpen proletarian and proletarian coordination and organization of the struggle. Like we have to be taking up leadership roles, and not just anybody. I'm not calling for fucking what is it? DEI. They're going to DEI, the Communist Party. Next thing you know, ball beggars. They're going to be the leaders. Like, shut up. It's more about like picking people that are good at shit that just aren't from the petty bourgeoisie instead, like Lenin went on about the basically a sort of part of purging processes is about like being like, okay, well, we got some petty bourgeois elements in this thing and we need to get rid of it, so we kick them out of the party, and then we go on a recruitment drive and we do the same checks and balances that we do with the recruitment drive as we do with the um what's it so it gets into the mm, cycles of things. Think a little druidically, people. in Druidism, what's the whole idea of cycles in nature? It's the fucking predictability of it and its operandum. We can't predict everything. There's chaos in the machine, but dialectical materialism is all about scientific predictions. It's not about just empirics, 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 empirics. Empirics are very fucking important, and I argue that Marxism is rationalized empiricism in a way, but it is still rationalism, like predominantly. Like it's just that like it's always updating. It's like the way science takes on empiricism because science is empirical, and so is us. We're empirical, but like science, we don't just like treat the rational as something that could change overnight. Like that. It just doesn't do that. Most changes are gradual, and most changes advance upon something. They don't normally just completely disintegrate it, and that gets into negation of negation and how dialectics works. None of these people, they either don't understand how dialectics works, or they don't understand how the materialist component of dialectics works. Either way, they don't understand the cycles and functions of like purging and communist developmental cycles, building up food programs, building up educational programs, building up other outreach programs, building up protest groups. These things are cyclic, secular functions that in the sense that like they are centered around specific needs and responsibilities, and that is what they do. A food program feeds. It might get more advanced. It might feed people in all sorts of cooler and new ways. It still feeds people, and that's what I mean. It's the spiral cyclicalism. So it is still progressing, but it's progressing on a curve that goes sort of around and focuses on its main process, and it's part of a wider way of curls, kind of like the way the universe expands in this like tunnel sort of format. But nevertheless, it's an ebb and flow because of these constant tribulatory relations. I mean, communism needs to be coordinated and collectivized. It can't be a million ideologies fighting each other. That is 150 years of bullshit that we need to get over. Like, and I'm not saying squash them all into a big tent communist party. Fuck off. No. But I think people might want to pick up some anarcho communism, mix it with some Maoism, and come back to me once they've done that. And think about what we can do as a radical, coordinated vanguard party or organization, I think might be a better word, that is highly centralized to the needs of the people. Like, not necessarily, I'm not about the party structure being this and that centralized. What I mean is just that their interests are centralized to the interests of the impoverished, of the downtrodden, of the minority, of the imperial subject, all of it, lest we be doomed to another load of referencing pre World War II shit that we know is eugenic, despite its attempts to be anti social Darwinist.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Eugenics is another thing we're seeing amongst the left a lot too.
Yeah,
That Bodega left is pro eugenics, and the in France, and the Fabians are still a thing that's around. Because a lot of people put all this stock in the Labour Party. The only time the Labour Party was fucking like had a leader that I actually admire was Jeremy Corbyn, and he was never a member of the Fabian Society.
yeah,
It's cartoonish, but nevertheless, um, intriguing. Jeremy Corbyn feels like someone who, if he like mingled with different people, would have been a very different man. I think he mingled with the wrong people, and they like Tony Benn and all that lot, and got him in the Labour Party. So he knew Tony Benn quite well. I mean, he's a young lad though. Tony Benn was a lot older than him, but you know. George Galloway is more contemporary to Corbyn,
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure Galloway became an MP later. I don't know. Corbyn came in 75, I think. Maybe 76.
yeah. I also said earlier in the stream that we do need to work with anarchists, and I don't care about that Spain stuff or whatever other excuse that's brought up. Um,
I mean, no one wants you
and
to
you
work
know,
with like national syndicalists or all those that are getting spooked. and
yeah,
and the Spain situation wasn't what they think it is either. Like a bunch of malignant fools if they're gonna fall for this perception of these people who must we remind that Catalonia is a fucking colony. There may be a reason why a lot of the different communes were like, fuck the rest of Spain, we're doing our own thing. And I don't think that that was actually a thing that happened as much as the communists on the Stalinist sort of element. Like, and I mean that derogatorily. Um, Say they try and make it out to be like an immediacy of attack, then a disputation, and then sort of conflict, blah 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 blah. Um, and then the anarchists got into all sorts of trouble. But what we really see is that the Orwell's like Trotskyist friends were causing trouble, and the MLs were causing trouble because it was competed ground. The MLs wanted Catalonia from the Catalonians to make it a part of the socialist Spain that they were building. So social chauvinism strikes again.
yeah. I had also pointed out with the collectivist issue that the irony is the ones who call for this like liquidationist fake unity, they don't want to do it with anarchists. That's what I find funny about them. um,
Because anarchists are like us, they're too fiery, they're too radical, they want to do all the hardcore stuff, and like blah blah blah. You know, Hassan is gonna go tell you to go make your movement or whatever, and it's like so irritating because why people point out to him this, and this is because they want him to support that movement, but he's a coward. Like, people got to understand these people are cowards.
yeah,
Supporting
communism
Hezbollah when
has
it's
to
cool.
be.
Go on.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, my final words at least is like the communists have to be self-critical and critical all the time. Um, our ideology has to be critical, not dogmatic, um,
Mhm.
and as well the way we approach things. And yeah, we have to have actual awareness of both the subjective and objective um, state of things, basically. Um,
Yeah, because we've seen communists, even people that we are like close to, like turn into like social democrat minded communists. Like they start acting like soc dems, and it's like, or even liberals, and that's it's a disgusting show of your petty bourgeois ass, and you got to get your shit in order.
yeah, or slopulous, post-leftist, or accelerationist nonsense, all that too. Yeah, spectrum of a lot of it. Yeah.
Well, you have the two sides of it because you've got like this like quasi acceleratoryism, which is like traditional accelerationism, where it's like let's go and let capitalism do its thing. And then the other one's like let's let fascism take over and let it destroy everything, and then communism will come save the day somehow. I don't think they thought that one through. But like real, but then you got the other side is the people who are against anything that accelerates the dialectic, and it's like ugh, accelerationism is dumb, but we are supposed to accelerate the dialectic. It's just we don't do it through accelerationism. It has a specific name to it because it's based on a desire for mass acceleratory behavior. Um, in that I don't mean it in its sociological term. I mean it in its like passive term, like when you would say that about someone. That's sort of what you're referring to. Um, but what was I on about? Sorry, my brain fog's back. It's this fibro fog
You
people.
know, just a spectrum of like soc dems, liberals, and as well as accelerationists.
Well,
Um,
the acceleration is I just can't remember what some of my just I was just trying to get back. I mentioned something and I lost where I was specifically.
that that the problem is the ism of acceleration, um, and that it's like a distortion of the
These people
Marxist
make like an
understanding of it.
ideological doctrine out of it, or they like castigate anything that accelerates the dialectic as accelerationism. And fuck me, you could probably make some semantic, like linguistic argument that it is like accelerationism, but that's not what the ideology means. The ideology is specifically more so on about destitutionalism is one of them. That's like letting the fascists take over. And then the other one is what's it? Basically industrializationalism, whatever industrialism. Because that's what you got to be. You're either an industrialist or you're a demolitionist. You're someone who either wants fascism to fucking ruin everything, or you want fascism to techno feudalism its way into like a super advanced like techno hell. What I think is a sort of parting consideration what people really need to do is stop calling people alarmists and see that there's a reason why the alarm has been going off. It's dialectical, you see, fuckers. So like you gotta wake up, wake up and think. You gotta snap out of it. This is lyrics from a song, but you gotta wake up because if we don't wake up, we don't use our brains. We don't operate properly in this fucking volatile political environment, we will continue to keep being left behind. The more left behind we are, the more minorities that we're supposed to protect will die, will be harmed, will be raped, will be exploited. We have to really consider the odds we face in a progressive way. And what I mean by that is, or proactive way, because the word progressive has some historical connotations I don't like. Um, and what's it? What do I mean by being proactive about it? I mean we got to develop and we got to like fight against this stuff. We've got to see the odds and then like kind of swallow our fucking ego a bit and take on the odds rather than letting it drown us out and put us in a state of okay, well I don't like the odds, so what's even worth everything to other people, maybe nothing to you, but everything to other people. People who got no money for nothing. I don't get enough money to last me a month. I run out of money all the fucking time. Like I hear people going about paycheck to paycheck, and I'm like, if only I had money paycheck to paycheck. But we don't. And this is the case for most people in my class position. You just don't have money like that. And so, like, it's easy for us to end up in nasty fucking crises. With fascism on our ass, where the fuck do I run to? Where do I escape to? I don't even have a passport. I don't even have my birth certificate. So, like, if I wanted to escape the country, I'm kind of fucked. I've thought maybe a shack somewhere in northern Scotland might be cheap enough, maybe. Just go like somewhere in the middle of like the nowhere, up on the mountain top high, with like a fireplace is like the only thing you got to keep yourself warm. I'd probably end up dying out there, but I'm exaggeratorily joking. But northern Scotland is one of the places I've considered because I could actually move there. I just have to do a flat swap with someone. It'd be the easiest way for me to get there. And it'd be like far away enough that I might not have to deal with any trouble. I might have to deal with Scottish reactionaries, so that might not be the case. But that's why I'm going as far north. Low population numbers, winner winner. Something to do with a chicken dinner. Um, but the the point being, we're trapped. I'm not the only one. Not the only trans woman in this country who's went homeless and is in poverty, who has dealt with family abandonment and dejectism. And when that happens, when you don't even have like, I mean, I got my sister that sticks by me, but I get like no one else in my family that wants to stick by me, wants to be caring and considerate for me, wants to like hear me out and listen to me. And what that leaves you is fucking out on the rocks. Because then who the fuck do you call when you're in trouble? You're in a bit of trouble with that one. Because, like, when I went disabled, the people who were supposed to be my friends, well, I've always been disabled. What's the word with that? When I went like bedridden, like when I disappeared from like public facing life, like old people talk about it when they get like 80, 90, and they start being unable to go outside as much and associate with people as much. The people who are really objectifying and idealistic about the relationship, exploitative, you might say, they just disappear. And that's what happened. The moment I was, actually, it was even before I was bedridden. When I was homeless, my absences and the fact that I was now homeless made me essentially someone who was worth just forgetting about. Why would you even care? And it didn't happen to everybody I knew at once. It was a gradual process. By the time I was then bedridden, the, there was like two people that was still really communicating with me that I had known from like my school years and stuff. Um, People are very quick to abandon disabled people. It's a massive case of stuff like this. Um, you get the odd ones out who show a lot of love and support and they do their best, but they are few and far in between, unfortunately. Um, and it's a problem. It's a major issue. And so when fascism comes, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm physically weak. I'm decrepit. Like, I'm fucking going around. I'm getting a motor scooter on Tuesday, because my Tuesday on Saturday, because my wheelchair is like needs to go to need a warranty replacement on it. But also because the wheelchair is not good enough, I need a fucking scooter. I'm I'm absolutely fucked physically. I'm a very decrepit person. I might get better in some time, but there's no guarantee of it. No matter what happens, whether I'm in the movement or I'm just being myself, I'm a very vulnerable minority. I'm lucky I got white skin. That's at least one thing that might protect me, but like, race plays a part in UK politics, but it is not that powerful that my white trash status will become, oh well, at least they're white, because I'm trash and I'm mouthy trash and I'm disgusting trans trash and all that sort of stuff. And these right wings, they don't like trannies, so it's that mentality that it's the thing of like, you know, no matter the Yiddish person, the Nazis were going in for them. It's kind of like that, the way that it's going to go with trans people. Point I'm making is that there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide for a lot of people. And if we don't recognize that and think, oh, wait, actually, we've got to put our lives on the line so that we're showing solidarity for those whose lives are on the line by just existing. What are we worth? Like, how do we value ourselves and evaluate our worth by our relationship with the common working people and the disenfranchised section of them, especially? That is how we rate what we do. And the public are the ones that do it. They rate it. You hear them talk about things when they walk past, when they go, oh, that's nice. That seems pretty cool. I do it when I walk past good projects. Like, I'm a nosy git, and sometimes I purposefully speak, like, my thoughts so it can, like, instigate a conversation when I'm, like, complimenting something or I, like, really like something. Sometimes I'll also do it because the person hearing me say something nice, like let's say I like the fit, like the clothes they're wearing, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, it's kind of a dank fit. So it's like compliment territory. So a whole lot of dynamics with the whole way we approach a lot of stuff. But what I'm saying is that we need to be um, taking on this wide angled lens towards the whole situation whilst also using a telescopic zoom to look at the minutia. People want to look at minutia, they don't want to look at the great details, and then people who want to look at the great details, they want to look at the minutia because both of them are scared of the confoundries and the complications and the contradictions, just the possibility of their shit being incorrect, incompatible, or as the such. But it's the process that needs to move forward. Is that we need a active radical street struggle. If we don't get that, we are fucked with a capital fucking F and three capital K's. Fucked. That's a KKK reference. So, okay. Let's us fight for change, lest we be circling the drain. We're in a post truth era. I'm going to read you some lyrics, and I'll try not to pass out while I do it. Uh, So decide right now the path that we will take from here to annihilate ignorance. Ideas can change the world that we live in today. Hypnosis put to death. Post truth era. Complex mind control. Don't trust your eyes. Unlearn what you think you know. Post truth era. Deceit designed. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Truth is the first casualty in a world of lies. Remain vigilant. Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Demand evidence. The messenger of truth wasn't only burned alive, he was forced to change his words, turning the world into an echo chamber of lies. Watch the world burn. And the chorus again, post truth era, complex mind control. Don't trust your eyes. Unlearn what you think you know. Post truth era, deceit designed. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Think about it. Consider the situation we're in right now. Consider the danger of where we are right now. And, you know, people are dying all over the world right now. And we can't even do an occupation movement because middle class people might miss some of their like overpaid wages with the fucking like or break into their massive savings. We are a joke, and we're gonna continue being like one until we get our shit together. I really pray that we consider actually doing a revolutionary movement and not this fucking pansy bullshit. Wake up, grow up, act your age, not your fucking shoe size, and act like a communist, not a social democrat. Act like an anarchist, not a fucking prude. We should be out there struggling, not out there bitching and whining and like fucking at everyone who wants to do proper struggle. And then uh, fucking doing everything you can politically to limit the function of that struggle. Um, they were calling out all the stops at one of the protests, like trying to use every excuse they could. And my friend was telling me about the one they go to, and like they'd like fucking what's it? I can't remember what they did. Sorry, my brain fog's really bad. I was about to get into a cool story. No, but the point is that we are in a absolute nightmare struggle, and techno fascism is on the brink of full power in the imperial core. It's the worst thing capitalism has ever invented, and any Marxist that failed to commit themselves to the struggle is responsible for where we are now. Reflect upon that, please, and don't turn it into a. Are you saying it's my fault? Fascists do fascist things. I fucking understand that, but you can't say you've been trying to stop it if you haven't done the things that are necessary to try and stop it. That's fucking absurd. So, it, that's where I'm really signing off. Is this destruction of ecology, this destruction of the world around us, and now we've made stuff so bad, we're destroying our own ability to even like survive basic infection if we don't have like super strong antibiotics and stuff like that. We and we sterilized the cities because they needed to be sterilized because otherwise they're too dirty because of condensed populations, and so it's a double entendre. It's like also cities basically can't actually survive on their own existence. They need other monies to pay to fucking clean it up. um, we've got to understand that we are on the brink of a lot of fucking trouble. We will be back, and next time I hopefully won't be passing out. I think my weed might be too good, and that might be part of the problem there. I don't know, but I absolutely bonked out. But I hope you all are um, keeping safe and keeping well, and considering the critical analysis laid bare upon the movement and its tribulations that we need to re we need to reify proletarian class politics, but we also need to like check our shit and reflect on like what the fuck happened to the movement over the last 50 years and where we need to improve rather than do the exact same thing we did uh, fucking 30, 40, 50 years ago where it's like it's this bullshit. Love and solidarity, people.